That was quite an impressive video indeed. Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in India, with a network spanning over 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between the sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of the development, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for the attendees here at the event. Our latest issue ranks India's top B schools and looks at how management education is changing in the age of artificial intelligence. For more information, please reach out at the registration counter. Before we start today's summit, could I now humbly request the BW team to play the BW Legacy audiovisual to give us a glimpse of the journey of BW Business World? Can we please have the AV?
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
That was quite impressive indeed. As we move forward to the next segment now, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all of BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwbusinessworld.in. As we flag off today's event, I encourage everyone to join in the conversations and share their learnings from day by using the hashtag BW supply chain. Let the world know that you are live and you're here and part and parcel of today's event. Before I move forward, I would like to thank our partners for the day. I would like to thank our associate partner, All Cargo Supply Chain, our event partners, the Thick Shake Factory, Joy Travels Private Limited, Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Bus Impact, Pitch, Pantrim, and last but not the least, Beanley Coffee. Can I now humbly request for the partner audio visual, please? Moving forward, with this, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the day full of insights and learning. Without further ado, I would now be requesting the humble presence of Mr. Hoshi Ghaswala, CEO Business World, for the opening remarks. Let's welcome sir with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Guys, can you also cut the lights? I'm not dipping up or today. I don't think people want to focus on me. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Humble presence, she said. So I'll try and be as humble as possible. Actually, the opening address was to be done by Dr. Batra. He is a little unwell, so I kind of stepped in for him. As I say, we are a platform, 42 years, 10 years with a new ownership Business World. And the way we kind of believe that we can bring value is by bringing experts, whether it is in our digital presence online, whether it is in our magazine, whether it is at events. We frankly cannot be experts in every area. I think we've got 24, 27 communities that when typical editors and media people believe that they can solve the Russia-Ukraine or Israel-Palestine crisis or solve the energy crisis in the world. We are a platform at the end of the day. I just wanted to share a couple of supply chain related experiences that I had. Someone that day told me, Hoshi, you always have a story for everything. And I think I do. So, during COVID, I was cleaning up my house. And while I was working, I saw some stuff lying around. So there was a cycle lying around. So being unused, I have two daughters. So I asked my kudawala who used to come, cycle chahiye. It's in good condition. So he said, हाँ भैया ले जाऊंगा. So I, without understanding anything or without thinking too much about it, I got rid of a lot of stuff. So I gave him the cycle. The next thing I knew is my younger daughter goes into a bang, not young any longer, about 16 years of age. So I said, what is the problem? You don't use the cycle. She's this emotional type, doesn't show it, but says, you got me the cycle on X date when I was so many years old. And so there was an emotional connect. So I said, the emotional connect was getting junk there. Okay. We used to get it serviced and put it back. So any case, I said, okay, let me replace the cycle. Not that she's going to ride it, but something standing there. So I stepped out to Decathlon. And when I went to Decathlon, I saw some cycles and they said not available. So I said, what can you give me for delivery today? You hardly go out. I went out with a mask and all of it. So he said, sir, this one you can take today. So I said, okay, what is the price? So the guy said 1,47,000 or 1,48,000. So I said, no, I don't want a Maybach of cycles. I want a cycle that stands there. So the guy said, no, if sir, supply aega tab hoga and stuff like that. So I said, I'll pay you in advance. And no, you can't do it. And I didn't get the cycle. I had to book it online. It took a month to come. But huge issues in supply. We all kind of know it. That cycle came home. That's the family part of the story. I think it got ridden once. Now it lies at my sister-in-law's place, who lives very close to us in her yard. And it doesn't get used. And the daughter's pushing to drive the car. And she's 20 now. And the motorcycle, but doesn't use the cycle. Another case that I have to share is I grew up in the technology media space. So I have a lot of friends. So one day we were talking and someone asked me, that Mac of yours, are you still using it? So I said, yeah. So this is a tech contributor that a lot of you people would have read, a lady called Mala Bhargava. I used to also contribute for Businessworld at one point of time, used to work with me in a past life. She said, Hoshi, your Mac is going to crash. It's 8 years. You got it in whatever, 2011 or 2012. So I said, yeah. So no, it's going to crash and then you'll have a problem because everything's kind of closed. So I said, no, it's working perfectly. So then she got another friend, Prashanto, to call me. Prashanto Roy is also a writer. And we are all childhood buddies work-wise. So he said, no, what are you going to do when your system actually crashes? So I said, it's not going to. In any case, they made me paranoid and I started looking for a Mac. Again, went to this Ansal Plaza, which is where I'd gone for the cycle. Apple says, no, 3 months to 6 months delivery. Finally, I found a system on Flipkart, okay, which took a month to deliver. Sounds like it's a Mac. It sounds like a diesel car at times, when I run Zoom and I run WhatsApp and I run other applications. And the old Mac continues to work. But, there were huge supply issues. And the last one that, I must champion is my supply chain specialist during COVID was our local pharmacy, where he was the only one allowed to operate in the area. And, I got to know that a couple gets you anything and everything, and I'm a smoker. So, the first two items were non-essential. I could have lived without the Mac. My daughter could have lived without the cycle, but I can't live without cigarettes. So I went to him and I said, Kapil, sir, karke dunga, aapke liye kuch bhi. Called someone, said, Marlboro lights milegi? Haan. Sir, 650 rupiah dibbi. So I said, okay. He apparently was doing a favor. But he's the guy who got us all our supplies in. Why am I telling you this? Since COVID, a few new areas have emerged. In the media, we see a few new areas that have emerged that are being spoken about. Everything has gone through a change. The world order has changed. But the things that we see that have significantly changed and functions that have involved are supply chain, technology, thanks to AI, and technology keeps changing now, Gen AI, sustainability. And we've been trying to document whatever, we've been trying to chronicle whatever is kind of happening and bring information to the audience. Okay, we are at a learning curve ourselves, and we will always remain, because we will continue to document what's happening and what's going to happen. This little event that's been put together today is being put together by one of our most meticulous producers, Uday. I guess some of you know him. Uday is a kind of perfectionist, as we call him. I'm sure, okay, let me not say I'm sure the content will. I hope the content today helps you all. Thank you for coming, and we're always here to do anything that will help you all with your information needs, with your connects. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Was quite commendable indeed. As we as we move forward with today's event, I would like to start with a note of positivity for all of you here. When you wake up in the morning and hurting is so great, you don't want to wake up and face a world of fate. When everything in life goes wrong and nothing you do seems right, just try a little harder and soon you will see the light. Moving forward to the next segment of our event here, we have the keynote address on the topic scalability and reliability that delivers peace of mind. And to do the honors, I would like to humbly request Mr. V. Raju, Business Head and Senior Vice President, 3PL and Contract Logistics, All Cargo Supply Chain, to kindly join us here. Let's welcome Sir with a huge round of applause, please. Sir, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. As you now know, I'm V. Raju from All Cargo Supply Chain, which is part of the All Cargo Group. And the topic for today's discussion is basically scalability and reliability that deliver peace of mind. This will be the presentation which I'll try to showcase after some time. But before that, I would like to run through a niche product, a product which is in the bouquet of various other products in which All Cargo specializes in. All Cargo Logistics, many of you must be already knowing, is a listed company both in the Bombay Stock Exchange and the National Stock Exchange, founded by our chairman, Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty, and ably managed by all the managing directors and the other management senior leadership team. When we talk of All Cargo Logistics, we always assume, because we must have read it somewhere or the other, word of mouth, seen a lot of films on them, looked into YouTubes, that this is an integrated logistics service provider. And when we talk of integrated logistics service provider, means there's a bouquet of services which start from freight forwarding, custom clearance, transportation, air freight, ocean freight, ICDs, CFS, that is a container freight station, the dry port, that is inland container depots, warehousing, third-party logistics, and now something called Gati. Gati is the latest acquisition for All Cargo. Gati is one of the most reputed transport operators, pan-India locations, catering to about 19,000 PIN codes across India. And this is now an all-cargo company, specializing in express service, express transport. Moving this a little further, I told you about third-party logistics or contract logistics, wherein All Cargo deals with about 65 lakh square feet of warehousing space at pan-India locations and catering to products like e-commerce, working with people like Flipkart, Amazon, Zepto, Meesho, etc. We also take care of the auto vertical, providing services to many auto companies, engineering, white goods, and last but not the least, the niche product for our company, that is chemical logistics. And it is this chemical logistics that I'm going to talk about, basically because that is where All Cargo specializes in. And we pride in ourselves by saying maintaining 35 plus lakh square feet of warehousing space pan-India for storage of this chemical cargo. And the chemical cargo that we are talking about are hazardous and flammable. Is this not a challenge, my dear friends? We talk of digitization. We talked about sustainability. All this is also useful for maintaining chemical warehouses. It doesn't end with this. There's something called as these AI and machine learning are also very much useful for control tower. Because today, you ask any chemical producer or chemical manufacturer, does he really have a reliability or a scalability option in the warehouses that he works with, which give him peace of mind? This is where all cargo is different. Many of the forums, my friends, people ask me in the question answer round, how does all cargo differ when it comes to storage of chemicals or chemical warehousing? Answer is very simple. First, all cargo has the capacity to invest in the capex and the opex, which go along with working in a chemical warehouse. The safety features like hydrants, like sprinklers, both foam and water, the underground contamination water pit, the smoke alarms and the detectors, the fire hydrants, the extinguishers, the eye washers, the trench that moves along bringing the contaminated water from the warehouse to the underground contamination pit, the process of incineration in case of contamination of water, the sewage water treatment plant, the water recycling, and the harvesting. All these are massive capex expenditures that one has to undergo to set up a chemical warehouse. And this is what, in addition to the KPI which we have, we discuss, we negotiate, we review month after month with our chemical customers, which gives you the reliability on all cargo. And that is where we pride, because we are working today with 25 to 30 of the top Fortune 500 chemical companies, companies like BASF, Dow, Merck, Covestro, DuPont. All these big names that you find across India are our customers. And customers not joined yesterday or day before, they have been with us for the last 10 to 12 years. This is what we call it as managing hazardous and flammable cargo in our chemical warehouses. Friends, it is not that easy. It is really challenging. Our people need to be trained in handling chemicals. Compatibility is the name of the game. Whether can I store a class 3 along with class 4 cargo? Do they react in between somehow and you have an explosion or a big accident or a fire happening in the warehouse? Crores worth of property reduced into ashes very, very quickly. The classes that we store, the classes that regulate the hazardous cargo are called class 3 to class 9, excepting class 7, which are radioactive substances, which we do not store. Now, what are these classes? These are all built upon the hazardous nature of these chemicals. Some may be corrosives, some may be flammable, some may be marine pollutants, some may be gaseous. You need to be very careful while handling them. Some may react to water and create explosions. So even when you design and when you store cargo for storing chemicals, you got to be extremely careful. This is where all cargo specializes, and that's the numero uno product for chemical for all cargo in India. Imagine working with the top chemical companies, month after month, internal audits, external audits, and all these audits, wherein the strictest of safety and security compliances and statutory licenses need to be taken, shown across to these government authorities and auditors, and passing all of them successfully and in flying colors, such that the customers remain with you for 10 to 12 years. That is where we specialize in. I could have talked to you about conveyor belts and conveyor systems for an e-com warehouse. I could have talked about EV vehicles, which we deploy for e-commerce deliveries. I could have talked to you about sustainability initiatives and digitization on the AI, etc. But they are pretty common with all the others. I told you the capacity to invest, a personalized service. A customer, one of my chemical customers has a problem, we immediately try and resolve a personalized approach to the customer. And the third is the safety and sustainability. The statutory licensing part of it is what we have in our chemical warehouses. As we move through, as we go through this presentation, there are many slides which are talking about what I've explained it to you. Time being of essence, I would like to now concentrate on the presentation that is going to give you, customers like you, the peace of mind, because you can rely upon all cargo and you can depend upon avenues for scalability. For example, if the demand and fulfillment team of a customer wants 50,000 square feet more of chemical storage space, bank upon all cargo. They will definitely be able to give you extra space in the same warehouse or adjacent warehouses. Make it chemical ready and chemical specific, and then go ahead. These are the differences between any also ran service providers and all cargo. And this is the reason, because of the challenges, because of the capability of our team members to handle the most hazardous chemicals, I took the subject of chemical to showcase before you that all cargo is well known as a chemical service provider in India. Let's look at the presentation. All cargo, a global logistics conglomerate headquartered in India, market leadership across various verticals. We also have our NVOCC, the LCL, FCL Express Distribution, present in 160 countries with 185 plus offices of our own. Imagine that is all cargo strength. And hence, this is a company which is registering anywhere between 18 to 20% growth Y on Y. Adding newer companies, picking up companies, buying companies, and that's the name of the game for all cargo. These are the company names that we have as of now. There have been sort of mergers between the companies, between them, changes, name change, etc. But right now, all cargo group at the top, we have logistics, terminals, and supply chain. Ecoline, which is the worldwide company, which is the LCL leader of the world, LCL freighting. LCL means less than container load. And Gati, that's, you all know it, the express movers, is whom we took over about 2 years back, and Trans India Real Estate. We build warehouses. The Decathlon, which probably 10 minutes back, Sir was talking, is a company who leases warehouse from us and works in there. We work with Decathlon in a big way. They use our warehouses, which we build and give it to big time companies. Presence, our global footprint across the world with our head office in Mumbai, across all continents, if you look into the countries and offices in that continent. Decades of expertise started in 95 down to 2022, whereby the different companies were tweaked in just to make sure that the expertise of each company comes across. Also took over companies, or rather bought companies like Nordicon in the Nordic region, Europe, acquired a German-based company. So acquisition is the name of the game for all cargo. The founder, Mr. Shashi Kiran Shetty, who is our founder and chairman of the All Cargo Group, must be reading about him in different periodicals, magazines for various awards across the world, including awards given by the King of Belgium, so on and so forth. as one of the best logistician and a founder chairman of a company like this. Incidentally, All Cargo is the biggest Indian logistics company in India, and the 60th largest company when you consider all the products and verticals, including pharma, including iron and steel, etc. All Cargo is listed as the 60th biggest company in India. So imagine the growth phase and imagine the growth that we are looking year on year. Vision and mission, customer centricity is our focus. Collaboration with customers is another big deal for us. Care for environment and society, we spend quite a lot in our CSR activities. Contract logistics, the warehouses will look something like this. 3PL warehousing is our specialty, one of the specialties. The other services are given below. 69 strategically located warehousing facilities across India, which means 70 warehouses is what we have. And these are occupied by in the concept of shared warehouse or dedicated warehouses to the bigger customers. Digital tools, which are always provided, things like the warehouse management system, the WMS, the TMS, which is the traffic management system, the control tower, whereby based on the MIS reports which we furnish to the customers, they are able to, their demand and planning is purely based on the MIS which we supply. Chemical, food and pharma, the niche product, e-commerce and automotive. Chemical warehousing, which we talked about, this is how a warehouse looks like. These are the various stringent adherences and compliances. The RFID technology, which we use in all our warehouses, the scanners which we use, the automatic storage and retrieval system which we use. When we select our sites, we look at various issues, and that is what is mentioned over here, the height of the roof, the structure, the stability, the weight carrying capacity per square meter, etc. Location of the warehouse, well connected or not. These are the various symbols that you will find in our chemical warehouses. The awards and recognitions are something which is quite normal when you deal in such high-tech warehouses. So this is something which has become a habit with us. Environment, social and corporate governance assume a lot of importance for us. Separate departments which take care of ESG and HSSE, etc. Sustainability issues are taken care by these departments. With that, we come to the end of this presentation, and that is where we say scalability and reliability that give you the peace of mind when you need them. Think of All Cargo. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was quite remarkable indeed. Moving forward, as Thomson Edison once said, our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. Our next segment is a panel discussion on a very interesting topic indeed, the Great Supply Chain Reset, how proactive supply chain planning is setting the stage for touchless supply chains. As we set the stage for our panelists here, I would like to seize the opportunity to one by one start welcoming our panelists in another 2 minutes. All right, then, I would start with our first panelist now. With a huge round of applause, I would request the humble presence or Mr. Avinash Thagat, Senior Vice President Supply Chain Mama Earth, to kindly join us here, followed by Mr. Samrat Sehgal, Chief Supply Chain Officer, The Good Glam Group, followed by Jaya Rora, Regional Vice President Sales India and Southeast Asia, SHIPSI, followed by Ashwini Narang, Head of Spend Management, SAP India, and last but not the least, the session chair, Rohit Monga, Executive Director, GDS Consulting EY. Can we welcome our panelists and dignitaries with a round of applause, please? Thank you so much.
Hello, I hope I am audible. Okay, it's a pleasure and an honor to be with this supply chain community. I, Rohit Monga, I would be leading this session as a moderator on Great Supply Chain Reset. So let me set the stage when we say supply chain reset and how the supply chain planning would be supporting this larger touchless supply chain function. What does we entail to? Last 2, 3 years, we saw that COVID changed the way supply chain was behaving. Then there were industry changes, and then came the geopolitical and economic changes where the world has moved from a unipolar supply chain to a bipolar supply chain. The way the organizations are moving from China out from China. So there is a change or disruption which is happening in the supply chain world. And all of us acknowledge that and how that has uh, evolved and what are the areas, how organizations are moving ahead. So those are the point of discussions which we have. We will see and touch upon certain niche areas of which are typically a boardroom discussion, how the chat GPTs of the world, or when we say AI MLs of the world are changing the way the supply chains will behave. All those will be our discussion points. So let me start with a question to my esteemed panel out here with Jaya, that how organizations which are global in nature, they are behaving and the disruptions are changing the way we are moving ahead in the supply chain world.
I think the topic's really interesting. Whether are we ready for the reset for the supply chain piece? I think one big testament to this is the whole audience, all the supply chain leaders sitting here, and where we're talking about the innovations of the world. Yes, we are ready. And specifically in Indian context, if I have to say, right, India is actually leading. A lot of places they are leading in terms of the supply chain automation. It's like it's a myth that only Western worlds are, I would say, going towards innovation and doing things to reduce the cost. So I think the biggest cost pressures which we have seen is in the Indian economy, and they are the ones who really want to go forward and reset the whole piece and be, I would say the big guys are already doing it. So they're already there with the innovation piece, with the automation piece, which you call as a touchless supply chain. It's there. So innovation usually starts from vision. Like some leaders have already seen the vision even before COVID, and they were working towards this whole automation piece and bringing innovation in the supply chain. But after COVID, it has become a necessity. It is a commodity. Everybody, every industry, whether it's logistics, whether it's your manufacturing, whether it's your e-com has changed the game for everyone. So e-com has actually done so much in the last mile piece, which is an example for the world. It is achievable. Now you get your groceries in 10 minutes, right? You just order it online and you get it, right? If the supply chain is not touchless, it's impossible to do, right? And I think the manufacturing piece is also catching up. How can we do better? How can we provide better? And that's where all the logistics players who are doing the delivery, who are managing the warehousing, they have to bring in the automation and innovation so that they have a cutting technology to provide to the clients. I think we just saw All Cargo presenting, right? Why these warehouses are getting so beautifully built these days? Because to manage the current demand. So just to begin with the question, yes, we are ready for the reset. I think we are ahead in the game.
Thanks. Great perspective in terms of the global reset. Let's see what is a reset actually all about. We were doing our Google searches and Microsoft came with a Bing as a search engine. No one used that Bing, right? But then There was a large language models of chat GPTs. That will change the whole industry of how the search will happen. So those are the reset points. And the same thing is happening in the supply chain world. And one of the areas in supply chain world where a reset is happening in the supply chain planning space. Let's hear from Samrat how the global disruptions are making the way for supply chain planning function in the organizations.
Thanks for the question. I think, when I think about this question, I think the top of the mind, few companies come to my mind, JC Penney, Virgin, Atlantic, Hertz. These were some of the organizations which actually became bankrupt during the COVID. And some of these, companies faced issues because they were not able to manage their finances. But many of the companies, and the list is very long, many of the companies actually became bankrupt because they were not able to manage their supply chains itself. Now, I'm not talking about Gartner. In my mind, there are basically three types of organizations which are there in the universe. If you talk about, maturity of the supply chains or the maturity of the organization, how it views its own supply chain. So there are companies, top companies, which actually look at supply chain as a core competence for themselves. So those were the companies who have been investing behind the supply chains for a long time. Then there were other two types of companies. The second rung of companies, you can say that the ones who thought that supply chain is managing the availability and supply chain is actually bringing cost on the table. So they were trying to manage the demand and reduce the cost. These were the second set of companies. Then there were third set of companies who were probably ignorant about the function. And someone in the background was working and ensuring availability, but no one was actually bothered about the function as such. During these disruptions, actually, what has happened is that supply chain or the CEOs have realized that probably during disruptions, it is not the brand which is competing in the marketplace. It is actually the supply chain which competes. The company whose product is available will be the company whose product will be bought. So, that's the realization which actually has made sure that all these three type of companies, especially the second and third rung companies, they started investing behind the supply chain. And the importance of supply chain planning, the fact that any supply chain actually the base of supply chain is actually the supply chain planning. The fact that many other functions are also involved in the supply and operations planning, and the inputs have to be received by the other functions so that the supply chain planning works properly. This realization actually happened during this period of disruption. And since it became a matter of survival for the organizations, all the organizations have now started investing behind supply chain and have understood the importance of supply chain planning as well.
So true, so true. We can't even have a better time to talk on supply chain planning.
I'd like to add here before your next question. So I think there is a fourth type of thing as well, which is the new age startups. So we all saw I would say the wave of startups which came in to the world. And, India being at the precipice, like so many coming in, I think they realized this fact. They learned from the mistakes. They learned from COVID. And when they were starting up, all these companies who came as new age companies, they actually started up with building the right things. And they did use the technology at the first place itself, starting up and pioneering, and then, of course, improving on top of that. So they understood this is the baseline, which we can't really do afterwards. We have to start with it. So I think those are the companies also creating a mark.
Yeah, just to add, it's the example, perfect example is how the heart behaves when there is a part of the body where, some attack is happening from outside. That is the part where maximum blood is actually pumped. So that's the way organizations are behaving now.
So true. I can relate to example. Morning, I started my car and my car said, do you want a software upgrade? This is happening. And those upgrades are happening now. Earlier, those were happening in my iPhones and smartwatches. Now the cars are happening those upgrades. That's the way our supply chain industry is also moving, and the upgrades are required in the supply chain world also. Let's hear more in terms of the recent things which we are hearing a lot in the AI or artificial intelligence, machine learning space, how organizations are evolving, and that what are the implications on the supply chain world. So Jaya, why not you only take that up?
Yeah, so I know being in technology, where you'll ask technology questions, definitely. So yes, AI, Gen AI, machine learning, it's changing the world. We all have seen. Earlier, we didn't have options like you can get a slot delivery. Say, I am at home only in 3 to 6, and I can just collect my parcel at that time only. So do you have the capability to deliver in a slot? Earlier, it was a dream, right? You can get it on the slot. Now you can. I don't want to get things delivered on a weekday, but I want to. And address is the biggest challenge in India. So we have addresses like Mandir ke piche, gali ke bahar. Like, how do you get to those places? So now these technologies are actually enabling the customers to pin their location. So riders can talk with you who are coming to deliver, right? And if they are confused by the addresses which are coming on the applications, today, machine learning, AI, all these technologies have solved these problems already. Now we don't have to worry. The rider will just call you, okay, just send your WhatsApp location, I'll follow and come. So it's technology is giving you all those options, all those conveniences which were not there. Like these were real problems to solve for any courier company. Okay, the address is not right. What do I do? Just take the reverse logistics cost, which is going to come in and not deliver. So it was hampering the customer experience big time. So I think in the B2C space, definitely it's a big improvement which we have seen. And these algorithms will also work wonders when it comes to the B2B space, where demand, forecasting, all these absolute areas of improvement will be there. So I think without technology, I don't see a future with this in the supply chain. These are now mandatory. As I said, it's commoditized, everybody is using it, and Gen AI changed the game altogether, right? Initially we were doing writing blogs and stuff. Now everything is done by ChatGPT, right? You don't have to even think about it. So yeah.
You actually see the phenomena of, today there are companies who do not own any product. Just on the back of technology and supply chain, those companies are working. So that has never happened in the past. So, that's the importance and the development in these two areas, which has enabled these organizations. And these are probably one of the, some of the highest valuation companies across the world. So
Exactly. So true means if we see this insightful discussion happening around here, so many areas. And question would go to Avinash. Uh, what happened? All of you would be hearing a lot in terms of what the cyclone which came in Chennai. So organizations have to move really fast, quickly respond to supply or these disruptions which are happening. Last year it was Suez Canal where a lot of things happened in the maritime world. Let's hear from Avinash means how organizations are moving the way or changing the detail in the supply disruptions ways, how they can move quickly and faster in those sites.
Sure. So, in terms of disruptions, there are two kinds of disruptions. If we take a step back, that happens for an organization. One, which is triggered by external events. The others are which are triggered by the internal processes, systems, or whatever, the way the supply chains are designed, or way the organizations designed. Now, obviously, any disruption puts a lot of stress either on the supply chains or the entire organization itself. So supply chains have to be geared up in a certain way to handle these disruptions. And if you have to break this down into 3 levels, and taking certain learnings of, across what I have seen a couple of organizations trying to build that kind of a capability. What we have been trying to do, in bits and pieces, in small parts, in our case as well, is first be able to sense some of these disruptions. Obviously, there are certain disruptions which you can't. What happened in the Suez Canal, you can't. Cyclone to an extent, you can't. COVID, you couldn't have, etc. But still, there are certain disruptions that can be sensed, and both internal and external. And the ability to sense this, well before it happens is what builds in a certain amount of capability to handle those disruptions. A classic example is, and how does that happen? So for a longest time, and I'll take a CPG example, right? For a longest time, the companies did not have the visibility to the inventory that was held at stores, right? And I'm talking a couple of years from now back. Now, every time that the demand was hit for a certain reason, the competitors would have brought in a new product, the product wasn't working or whatever. It took a lot of time for the companies to know that there is an issue, the product's not flying off the shelf, and then to make those changes in terms of either supplies or whatever, right? Now and so the first step that the companies took was to figure out ways of capturing some of that inventory information, either it is in their trade, right? Either it is at the distributor levels, in certain cases also trying to figure out, can they get tertiary inventory information, etc. And those initial early signals used to give that information back saying, there's something wrong, you need to retweak, look at it, double click, deep dive, etc., whatever, right? So the sensing of some of these disruptions becomes a very critical capability, and which is where technology plays a important role now, where there are ways now, so we as a company, for example, sell directly to a consumer and also to traditional trades. And we realize the challenges that we have in traditional trades in terms of identifying some of these signals, but in direct consumer sales, it's very easy and quicker, where you can identify some of these demand changes and then, take that information and tweak it around. So the first one is the whole ability to sense these changes. The second one is, once the changes are sensed, how do you relay this information back in your value chain? Because just knowing that there is a disruption that's going to happen is not going to make a difference, right? Again, supply chains, for a longest time, companies believed that the supply chains were, for the organization, were working in silos or in isolation, right? But supply chains are very interconnected system, right? So there are suppliers of suppliers, and so on and so forth. It goes, back a couple of levels, 2 or 3 levels upstream and 2 or 3 levels downstream as well, right? So there are super stockists, distributors, retailers, and so forth. So whenever there's an information or a disruption that's sensed, how does that information get relayed back in the system? And this is dependent on 2 factors. One, obviously, technology is playing a part, where if your systems are interconnected, you're able to relay that information. If your distributor system's connected to yours, right? So the distributor management system, you're able to sense that information and relay it back. If your systems are connected to your supply systems are connected to yours, then you can also relay it back, right? So that is one part that makes a difference. The second one is the processes that an organization has. A classic example, right? An organization has a monthly S&OP cycle. You have sensed a disruption mid of the month, but your process is designed in a certain way that you can't relay this information back till the end of the month happens when the cycles run, right? So process then is the second important factor that plays an important part. So both of these put together enables the capability of an organization to relay this information back in the value chain, where they can make those corrections, right? And the third and the most important part is the capability of a supply chain, which is obviously the organization supply chain and the suppliers, etc., to act on that information once it's relayed back. A lot of times the supply chains aren't designed to work in a certain agile fashion, right? So even if, let's say, there is an information that comes that a product's not working, for example, a new product's been launched, it's not working. And you have got that information as an organization. You've also relayed it back to the supplier. The supplier says, oh, you know what, but I have a huge order on RM and PM that I've placed on my supplier. We can't cancel that order. The process is like that. You'll have to, we'll have to get that inventory, and then you'll have to get that inventory, and you'll have to figure out a way to liquidate, right? So there is not enough capability in the system to then work or take that information and ingest it and then take corrective actions, right? And this is just one example. There are a couple of similar examples. So building that capability within the networks to be able to take that information and then act on that information becomes the third important factor. So, and all of these 3 put together, I think, defines how companies are able to react to some of these disruptions in certain ways. Clearly, technology plays a significant part. And I think over the last couple of years, it has evolved, right? For the longest time, for example, when AI/ML wouldn't have been there, when a company has, 2000 SKUs, very difficult to figure out manually, what's working, what's not working, what's happening, how do you quickly sense it? Do you only get that information 2 months after what's happened, etc.? So technology plays an important part in terms of sensing it, relaying it back in the system, and then also taking corrective actions. But at the same time, I think the processes are equally important. And a lot of companies makes this mistake where they try and implement a technology without looking at the correction in the processes, right? So let's say putting in a sensing capability, but running on a monthly S&OP cycle still does not solve that problem. So all these 3, I think, put together enables a company's capability, but enabled as in especially the technology and the process piece are the key drivers.
So true. Means the examples you have pointed out, be it from a technology, everyone is talking technology, the process, and the collaboration which is required. And that's where my next question comes to Samrat, that how the collaboration happening through the SNOP cycle in the planning space, how organization, different departments are coming together. Those may be siloed, but how those are coming together, and the decision making is becoming faster. Even how the touchless decision making is happening. Why not you elaborate?
Yeah, so I think to start with the definition of process itself, any process has got an interdependence of the steps, and there is a sequence of the steps which is there, right? So in the S&OP process, if we talk about, there are different functions which are involved. There is an interdependence between the functions. So for example, the sales system has to indicate the demand. The marketing will tell the demand, plus they will also indicate the interventions which they want to bring. The finance will talk about the profitability and the margins of the products. The procurement will talk about the availability of the raw material, packing material. The manufacturing will have to indicate the capacities which are available. And the supply chain planner will be the person who has to understand each of the information pieces. He has to, first of all, look at the piece of information in a particular sequence. So for example, the first input really has to come from the sales system. Then the marketing has to give inputs. Then comes, the finance to look at, how the overall profitability of the organization is looking like, and, which of the demands we have to fulfill first and which we can probably look at postponing slightly, and then inputs from the procurement. And so the supply chain planner has to actually look at the information in a certain sequence, and then he should be able to drive those decisions. Now, the challenge which is there in front of the organizations is that to get one single platform which actually allows everyone to collaborate seamlessly. Because today, I think there are platforms which are available, but all the organizations have not got onto those platforms. So hence, people are working in silos today. But if the organization is able to bring everyone on the same platform and timestamp their information, this is the time when it is required to be input and whether they are putting it at the right time or not. And then the supply chain planner should be able to look at the information, and that makes his job easier and helps the organization to basically ensure the availability maximization, profitability maximization, and maximization of the customer satisfaction. So the challenge comes on collaboration piece itself. The organizations have understood that. I think the tech piece is the one which is probably, there are platforms of integrated business planning which are available today, which can probably solve these issues and help organizations to, the functions within the organizations to collaborate more.
Exactly. Very well said, Samrat. The perspective. While we are seeing the larger picture, the bottom down, there are inventory planners, there are supply planners, there are distribution planners, logistic planners. The roles goes on, and everyone plays a very important role in the planning space. While what Samrat said, the different functions of finance, even human resource, why the resources need to be deployed, all are playing a key
Not
role.
forget the HR.
Exactly. That's where our compensation gets decided, right? So very important role on that aspect.
In fact, our supply chains have become, so complex today. I mean, not complex, but the fact that, we were just talking about whether the supply chain extends up to the distributor or not. I think the supply chain today, for a good glam, extends right up to the doorstep of my customer, because I'm delivering the product to the customer today. So, and the customer also opens the door and says, "Yahan place kar do." So, that's where my supply chain actually ends.
I think very nicely put across the whole, I would say, fragmentation, which is there. Systems not talking to each other, departments working in silos, and you trying to see, okay, I do the vendor payments, but payments is done by HR. So if they don't have the right information, everyone's struggling. You don't do the payments on time, the transporter doesn't want to work with you because you give delayed payments. So there are so many secondary yet very important things which are broken in the system, because we try to fix the primary things first, because of course that's the base. But I think time today is of essence, and customer and consumer at least don't have patience. B2B, yes, it's a different problem statement there also, that costs are getting impacted if there's a force events which happened, you just mentioned Swiss Canal. Who's going to pay? Okay, delays happen. Who's going to pay the demurrage? Who's going to pay the detention? And is it the customer who's paying? Is it the company who's actually doing it paying? Or is it the logistics who's taking the responsibility? So dispute management becomes a huge issue because there's no data visibility. And everybody's trying to put it on the other person. That's your job, right? I think these are real life problems. Like everyone who talks about the supply chain is seeing it. And I'm sure there are ways to fix it. There are platforms to fix it. It's about knowing your business well, understanding and accepting the problems, and then working on it not in silo, but I think end to end is the thing.
So true, so true. Well said, Jaya. In fact, that's where my next question comes around, that how is the inventory visibility helping organizations give the right order promising? So I will pass on to Ashwini. So share a perspective.
So, no, thank you, Rohit, and very good morning to all of you. Uh, Inventory rings a bell to all of us, and I believe inventory was never a topic, used to be never a topic of discussion, but used to be a topic of verdict that control your inventory. But I believe if you look at it 10 years ago, companies were discussing the inventory has to go down. You can't have a lot of slow moving, non-moving inventory, but the question has reversed now. So there's a study which was done by SP and economist, which said 15 years ago there was a supply chain disruption happening every 8 years, and that was the cycle. McKinsey and SAP, we did another research 2 years ago, and it said every 2.5 years now a supply chain disruption is happening. But let me tell you, in the last 3 years, I think we have seen enough incidences to conclude probably on ourselves without a study that every 6 months we are having a problem. And therefore, I was discussing with one of our very large consumer product company yesterday, and they said inventory is the biggest problem right now, what they have. So, and I think there are multiple concepts which got picked up just now. And you talked about end to end, we talked about availability, we talked about not working in silos. So, the concept which is now doing the rounds is, do we have an end to end inventory visibility at our end? For example, if a supply planner is getting a number from the sales department saying, let's say I manufacture juice, I want to have 20,000 pieces or boxes of juice is what I want this month. And then the role of the supply planner, let's say tower, and let's say people who are doing procurement, becomes one simple thing that yes, the material has to be available. Now, understand where all the inventory is lying and ask yourself a question. There is inventory lying probably at step when it is lying in the warehouse, or probably a small warehouse or a dark warehouse, which we may call it as these days. It is lying there. Then you're doing a PR and you're building up inventory there. Do you even know how much of PO has been accepted by the supplier already? And therefore, that raw material is going to land up, resulting into a finished good inventory. For example, do you even know, as of today, by the time they have accepted the PO, there are 20 more POs in the making because the material is not moving. Therefore, people get jittery and they would raise more PRs. And by the time you are actually approving those POs, there's GR happening of a lot of that raw material again, and probably invoices which are pending for the same item. And finally, when it gets to the warehouse, you have more inventory lying there. At the end of the day, which I believe all the fellow panelists said, do you have the end-to-end visibility? And on top of everything, I think rightly said by Avinash also, in terms of saying, you know, diversifying the topic a little bit. Do you know the supplier of your suppliers? So that's tier two. Do you know the suppliers of your supplier of your supplier? That's tier three. So there's a recent study which was done by Hackett, which said 99% or 95% organizations know their tier one suppliers, but there are only 11% organizations which know their tier two suppliers, and a staggering 1% only know which is the tier three supplier. And therefore, I might plan for something, and I might ask for material from my supplier, but his supplier doesn't have the inventory. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know that particular person. Or for that matter, if I may ask you a question, do you know how much of your spend is green today? How much of your spend is coming through green channel? Or can you give me a number wherein we are talking about women empowerment? So how much of your spend is coming through women empowered organizations? Or are you helping MSME? Because that's a topic on the sustainability side as well. So how much of your spend is coming from the MSME? So I think diversifying the topic a little more when you talk about the sustainability, the end-to-end visibility becomes even more important, which would not make sure that you don't have stockouts. And I think you talked about availability, which is becoming a big topic again. And a recent research again by SAP and economists, they said CEO's first priority is right now availability of material. Mind you, CFO is saying the same thing, and cost saving is number two, is not number one. And therefore, if you don't have the material, you can't build the product. Therefore, you can't sell the product. And hence, the inventory visibility becomes very important. And I think one very important point which was picked up, and coming from SAP, we hold this moral obligation of giving you an end-to-end cycle. And that's where I think Samrat talked about IBP. We can talk about procurement, which Avinash talked about. Do you even know your suppliers? And finally, the business network, where you're collaborating with your suppliers to get the material in time and get that visibility on hand. If I ask you a question today, for your top 10 critical material, do you have a live dashboard which tells you the volume of the vendor managed inventory right now on your mobile phone? If you don't have it right now sitting here, there can be another supply chain disruption because we are hearing there is another virus coming from China, or Panama Canal is now having El Nino effect, and therefore shipments are going to get cancelled. And if you're going to land up there, we know what's going to come our way again. It's another disruption. So, like I think Jaya mentioned it, it is no more requirement to say become have a live business network with your suppliers, or let's say with your planners internally. Please do away with the Excel files. There are companies which are still doing it, but at least get onto a system. If not SAP, someone else, but get onto a system is going to be the need of the hour, because the disruptions are not going to stop. So if the availability has to be there, inventory has to be there, and visibility becomes important. I hope that answers.
So well said by Ashwini. So well
I
said.
just add visibility. We all talk about. So you might be thinking, oh, I have a WMS. I don't need it. I have a, TMS. My life is sorted. I have a digital solution. But is it really working in today's way? Because I met one of the clients who's into the healthcare space, and they have these orders online. Now, healthcare space is also changed the game altogether. You can actually book your services for a blood test. You can book your medicines to be online delivered. These players already have a WMS which talks about the inventory. There is a POS which is there. So when I visited them, they say, you know what? By inventory, I know what is the inventory, but my POS doesn't know that if I have the visibility. Can you fix the gap between? In fact, with systems also, you will figure out the gaps, right? So it's always, to see what's the core issue of the organization. It's not always about that if you put a system, the problem is fixed. You have to see, is the problem really fixed? You have to look at those ROIs, right? So if your POS is not talking to your WMS and you don't know that what is the inventory at POS, you won't be able to deliver, and there will be issues. So I asked them, but how do you do it today? I have put 100 people. I mean, what? So in front of the world, you are a digital company. People can order online from you, but at the back end, how is your supply chain running? Is it still digital? And it's like I meet a lot of clients in India all the time, and I see this, and I'm amazed to see that in front of the world, it's a very tech, I would say, organization. But at the back end, when it comes to supply chain, are we really that technology forward? I think we're still doing stopgap solutions, which we have to think that how do we eliminate the stopgap and work towards a strategic solution.
Well said, Jaya. Well, very well said. In fact, a lot of things coming out of the discussion. One point, if China sneezes, the world gets the cold. That is happening, right? Let's see another perspective quickly, and then we will go to question and answers from the audience. So last question, which I will post to my dear panelists, that we've seen the short-term visibility side of things. There are organizations which they have to plan in terms of next 3 year, 5 year, how much capacity needs to be set up. So why, and what are the decision or intelligent decision-making process the organizations are taking so that the planning happens in a seamless fashion. So why not we hear that, Pani, if you want to share a perspective.
Sure. So two very different problem statements, right? Enabling decisions in the short term versus taking long-term decisions. And I think at one point we were discussing how technology can enable certain decision making. And I think the way technology is evolved, at least in the short term, you see that a lot of these decisions can be enabled through technology, where there could be, alert system, identifying, sensing information, sending it back into the value chain, saying, this is an issue, this, and you can take a decision couple of weeks in advance, etc. So that's how technology can enable this along with processes. Long-term decision making, I think there's a lot of there's science, but there's also a lot of art, right? So, and taking an example, clearly, somewhere I was reading. So, stock markets, right? It's as much art as it is science. And people, you can enable algorithms, etc., to do, short-term trading. Can't do long-term investing as much, through systems. Similarly, long-term decisions have to be enabled by, understanding where the market's going, what are the requirements, what are the capabilities that are needed. But one piece that's changing, in my view, in terms of who are all involved in the decision-making process, from a supply chain standpoint, right? And the reason why it's changing is, and we were discussing, why supply chain is becoming mainstream, etc. If you would see purely from an Indian context for a longest time, how, and taking an example of a consumer company, right? How were the consumers buying the products? They were going to a store and buying your products. So an organization had a one arm's distance from the consumer in terms of it when the products were interacting with the consumer, right? Where the purchase was being made. So even if there were processes, systems, any other pieces which were not working fine, there were inefficiencies, it was not immediately reflecting in terms of the consumer experience. Now, what has changed clearly with e-commerce is that the organizations are directly interacting with the consumer. Samrat was also saying, his supply chain ends when the product gets delivered to a consumer. So it makes a big difference now that if there is an issue, for example, if you're an e-commerce company, you don't have a great return process, and because it's your internal problem statement, but it impacts your consumer experience, his buying experience, and it impacts, how a consumer sees your product or your, the demand, etc., gets impacted. So, which is where the decision in terms of building certain capabilities is becoming a lot more, as in the CEOs of the companies are getting involved a lot more than they would have in the past, from a future capability perspective, because a lot of these capabilities impacts how your consumer experience is then, the consumer experience gets impacted, and which is where some of these things are. So long term, I think it's not now only in silos that the supply chain takes those decisions, but a lot more, as in decisions being driven and CEOs being a part of those decision-making process.
Very well said. In fact, the larger leadership now wants to hear more on the supply chain. Supply chain, what I see and sense is a boardroom discussion now. In every boardroom, that's the discussion which is happening. So that was a more of a perspective which we brought. You saw that we moved from supply chain to the stock market. Stock markets are at a high, and why not we have the supply chains at the best of the supply chains in our country and globally. That's the expectation. We'll take one question, and after that, feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions, and we will be more than happy to answer that. So, anyone, I can see this hand first, if that's okay. And we can be reached out because of a paucity of time, but this is a live question which we can take now.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Gary Sethi. I am from the industry. I have two questions. One is every customer expects from the supply chain right quantity, right products, right place at the right time to control the inventory. And second is Mr. Ashwini, you rightly said the visibility, stock visibility. Main issue is the stock reconciliation. That is a major issue with the supply chains, which I have noticed in my experience. If you get the material, by any chance you get some damages there, repacking is required. Supply chain, they avoid to properly repack. They avoid to properly stacking of the product. If 4 stack is required, they will do 5 stacks to cover the more space, more profitable. That is the main.
So
Let me start and then you can probably add. So I think, sir, I would like to first of all correct you. The customer today wants the right product, right quality, but not the right time, because what is happening is today with e-commerce, customer is able to wire his money at the speed of light. So customer's expectation is that the product also gets delivered at the speed of light. So it's not the right time. They want the product immediately. Now, the other part of your question, so this was one on the lighter note. The other part of your question actually, basically, sir, I think we have to, and I'm not trying to play the role of a supply chain professional here. I'm talking about how India is growing, at this point of time. And most of the, problems today which we are facing is because we are not able to rightly predict the growth which any company is going to undergo in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. So what happens is that you actually, and that happens not only with the organizations, even government also, you see the infrastructure we are building infrastructure also at a very, very fast pace. But every year you see that whatever infrastructure was built last year becomes actually choco-blocked because we are not able to plan it properly. Maybe we were looking at 8% growth, we started growing at 12%, 14%. Maybe we were looking at 25%, we started growing at 50%. So all the capacities which are built within the supply chain infrastructure are actually built at a certain, expected rate of growth. When you actually grow beyond that, that is a time when probably for a short duration of time, those compromises are made. But no supply chain really wants to work that way. Supply chains are continuously working to basically de-bottleneck themselves. But during the period when the growth is higher than what you have forecasted, you make some compromises so that you are able to maximize the number of customers whom you are able to actually, reach out to. You do not want to compromise there. You want to maximize. If there are 50 more customers who want to actually buy your product, you really want to reach out to them.
I just would like to add 2 points. Just allow me to, just 30 seconds. The finance, they want to control the capex, the inventory, and production, immediately availability of the stock, the materials, and purchasing. They break the head with the wall. Tab mera maal aayega.
Sir, so here again, I would like to.
I just want to add one more point. Lot of industries from China are shifting to India. So we have to be proactive. We have to be so advanced. We can't say we can't supply at the right time. 4 points: the time, cost, its quality. These 3 categories are of the supply chains qualities, you can say. So we have to maintain, we have to follow, we have to do whatever the best before we go into because the cost control, the company has to maintain the cost control, and everything is on the supply chain.
I think Samrat can give his answer, but I can meet you right after this. We have a solution for your problem.
So, but it was an insightful
I
discussion.
think it's
Great
also
question.
about using, like, I'll just do the closing note on behalf of Rohit, is that you need to fix people, process, and systems. Your problem seems like a system problem. There are solutions who can help you actually stack properly. They will not let you stack if you use those technologies. So there are problems from systems which can be done very easily. People and process you need to fix for your organization.
So in fact, the SNOP cycle, which we touched upon, that was one of the pointers to your question. But I believe that was an insightful discussion for all of you. And we look forward connecting more as a supply chain community. There are billions of dollars being pumped in. If we see US, the gigafactory is being set up. Indian government is doing a lot in terms of manufacturing side of things. And that's where this community will grow and expand. And we look forward connecting in the coming years and coming times also with you. Thank you so much.
Wow, what an interesting panel discussion was that. Can we have a round of applause for all our panelists as well as the chairperson? I would request you to kindly stay back for one photo op here. It is often the small steps and not the giant leaps that bring about a lasting change. On this note, moving forward to our next panel, which is on yet another very interesting topic, building efficiencies in cold chain. I would now humbly request our panelists to kindly join us here on stage, starting with Ambika Satpathy, co-founder of Fresher. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause, please. Followed by Darpan Khurana, INSWA Supply Chain Operations Lead, Coca-Cola India Limited. followed by Girish Krishna Kumar, Vice President, Sourcing and Supply Chain, Barbecue Nation Hospitality Limited. We have another panelist who will be joining us after this. Jay Kishan, Gyanani, Head Supply Chain from Nanjangud and Choladi Factories, Nestle India Limited. Next, I would like to call upon Shampian Ghosh, Head of Supply Chain Management, Mother Dairy Fruits and Vegetables, and the session chair, Jyotsna Sharma, Senior Associate Editor, Business World. Can we have a round of applause for all of them here? And let's gear up for another impressive session indeed. Thank you so much.
It's so good to sit here and chat with all of you. And we've all sort of seen the traffic and we got here and we made it. And that's the main thing. So let's start with the discussion. But before we do that, I know the MCs introduced everybody. But can you all tell the audience a little bit about yourself? What is it that you like to do outside of work? And if you weren't doing this, if this is not what you were doing, what would you be doing? So let's start with you.
Thank you so much. I'm Jay Kishan. I work with Nestle. I've been with the organization for almost 12 years now. And if I was not working with Nestle, I would be teaching in an MBA school. I love to teach. So I use also those same techniques to, coach and work with my teams. And that is what would I be doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Jyotsna. Good morning. I'm Girish. I'm working as a Vice President Supply Chain at Barbecue Nation. If I'm not doing this, I read a lot in my off time. Whenever I read a lot. So I think I would probably be also like to write, and maybe like Jay Kishan might end up teaching as well, because yeah.
Thank you. I'm Ambika Satpathy. I'm the co-founder of Fresher. And if I was not running Fresher, I would probably be a farmer. In fact, before we started Fresher, we had our poultry farms. So lots of poultry, lots of dogs, good food. That's what I'm passionate about.
Fantastic. That was very nice to hear, farmer. Hi, I'm Darpan from Coca-Cola. I think I'm either going to join Girish writing the book if I wasn't doing supply chain at Coca-Cola or any other organization, or I'd actually be in the jungle doing some birding and photographing some wildlife. That would be nice.
Hi, my name is Shampayan Ghosh. I head the supply chain in Mother Dairy. If I were to choose a profession, if not in this supply chain function, so I would have been a musician because I played music till class 12. But after that, professional commitments and all, it has lagged behind. So thank you. Thank you so much.
It's so good to have all of this, a musician, a farmer. Can I come be a farmer with you?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a lot of hard work, let me warn you.
I'm all good at that, yeah. It's wonderful. Okay, so let's start with the discussion. We'll start with a use case. So when we talk about building efficiencies in cold chain, nothing better than discussing a use case, especially a challenge that you all have overcome, a recent challenge in your practice, and especially now after COVID, all that has happened. You're trying to deal with the demand. There's been, the wars. There's been all this economic sort of uncertainty, all of that. So, one thinks about how. So let's start with Girish. Would you like to start with the use case?
Sure. So I think this challenge which we had solved to some extent has been very close to my heart for two reasons. One, we never planned it as a supply chain solve in the first place. We were trying to solve two major problems which are at an outlet level. One was the amount of wet waste generation which was happening because we were doing our fruits and vegetables each of our outlets. So we were generating somewhere close to 4.5 tons worth of wet waste in every one of our outlets because of just all kinds of wet waste overall. The second part where we were having a a separate discussion was kitchen productivity. So there's something called a mise plat, which is a preparation process for chefs who come in almost 1.5 hours before anybody in the organization comes in just to do a process for just preparing the product as well. So coming specific to a category of fruits and vegetables, which most of you would know about it, is that yield from a particular product is actually only around 45-55% for some of the products like broccoli or a cauliflower. So whenever you're doing supply chain, you're actually carrying the product along with all the things you can't use as well. So when we're trying to minimize this as a project mode, one of the things which we started seriously exploring was, is there a benefit in doing this processing closer to farms and moving them to cold chain? So when we started doing this project almost 2 to 3 years back, so we had obviously had the sweet corns which are already sorted for the industry, but we had specific products like the items which can go on a skewer in a barbecue nation outlet, and so there were sizes, there specifications. So when we went to an industrial cutting, so essentially we looked at indoor belts and farming belts. So where there were food technology parks which are getting added. So we started working with these people to develop our own products, our own specifications. And suddenly we realized that these players could actually contribute in a positive way to the environment as well, because whatever products which were taken close to harvest during a season, they were getting cut, industrially processed, IQF done, and we were getting our frozen vegetables and fruits almost fresher than something which you get in a city. And then we moved it to cold chain. So what this did was, for us, it also had a lot of economic benefit, which was not the intention when we started out. So we reduced almost like 25% of our wet waste, which was generating just because we were doing this cutting and disposing of in cities. And unfortunately, cities don't have a very great mechanism of disposing wet waste as such. I mean, you can see the landfills on the way to Gurgaon, right? So that we almost zero wet waste generation from these products because they were just consumable. What we were only moving what we required. We also reduced your man hours, which was going into your Misa plat. So almost 77% of the Misa plat time came down. So only now it's only the potato and vegetables which we don't want to move to frozen. And plus we had this added advantage that we were now carrying. So if it's a 55% product, we were carrying only 55% logistics across. The remaining products I don't have to worry about. I don't have to worry about reliability. And since we are doing it closer to the season, harvest season, we were also making sure the soil cycle was okay. So we are not doing it we don't try to unnaturally extend shelf lives or make it not available. So this is one of those cases which we found was satisfyingly solved, and there's something which we are continuously working on is how do we add more products which can solve both economically, make economic sense as well as for us product. So 2018 was when we had we started with this particular journey. And now we have around more than 6 to 7 products which we have solved as a product, which can go with almost zero preparation time at our outlets.
Wonderful, wonderful. Shantan, would you like to pick up a use case? Okay.
See, I mean, I joined Mother Dairy in 2005, almost 17 years in cold chain business. So I've seen from the nascent stage till this stage, however, this cold chain has progressed. And we handle different type of products, starting from ice cream, starting from fresh dairy. So -20, -25, -18, +4, +8. So whatever type of products are there, so different temperatures, what we handle. One of the interesting case studies was something like that. We want to launch in Calcutta our fresh dairy range of products, particularly a product called Mishti Doi, which is very popular in East. So when we asked for a factory to our management, or to the board rather, so obviously the numbers were not very secured because Calcutta is a very, very big unorganized sector. Whoever knows Calcutta, they know it very well. That's a mainly unorganized market of the sweets industry. So the challenge was something like this. We used to produce here in a place called Pilkua, which is near Hapur, our entire fresh dairy products like dahi, lassi, chaach, curd, etc., which moves in 4 degree. So the challenge was if a product is getting produced, let us say around a Monday around 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, a batch is getting reduced. So we have to supply the product next day, 24 hours, it should reach in Calcutta. So we tied up with, I'm thankful to the management because we didn't look at the dropped by more than 100 crores, which is around 25% of our annual turnover, which is a big number. So what do we do? So we need the numbers. So we try to invest in the sweets and the bread category. And we are only selling in 2,000 booths in Delhi NCR. And the ice cream business has gone back to 400 crores now. We are the third largest ice cream company in the country. And meanwhile, we could develop a 70 to 80 crore business of new categories in one city by only doing 2,000 shops. So these are some of the innovations or renovations or outside the box thinking what we have done. And today we are the second largest dairy company in the country after Amul. We are about to touch around 14,000 crores. Okay. Thank you.
Jyotsna, let me just add to that. I think one very important point in cold chain that we see in the industry, and this word value chain we use within the supply chain ecosystem very loosely. But one stream which really does require a value chain conversation is cold chain. Usually when within our country, be it within the forum of industry or be it within the forum of government, when you talk of cold chain, the conversation will stop either on storage or it will get picked up on transportation and stop there. But the entire conversation of having produced the Mishti doi at 4 degrees and then ensuring that actually lands at Calcutta at 4 degrees is an entirely different conversation of cold chain, which we really need to get into in our country for sure for now.
That is a very important point. Ambika, would you like to tell us a little bit about the challenge that you resolved recently?
Sure, sure. So unlike the other stalwarts on this panel, we entered the Delhi market just about a year ago. Previously we were primarily focused on East India. We had our farms in East India. We were very general trade focused. And when we entered the Delhi NCR market, it took us a few months just to understand what is the challenge, to answer your point, right? And one of the things we saw, we are primarily, if you look at our categories, we are focused on meat, and we are now adding some fruits and vegetables and value-added dairy as well to our product portfolio. But a large part of our volumes continues to be chicken, mutton, fishery products. What we saw was that, and just to add to our point, the conversation around cold chain is a conversation on trust, right? When not everybody or not every organization has the capabilities that Girish has developed, where they go right till the farm, get the cauliflower cut as per their specification, get it blast frozen near the source, have it transported in vehicles which is under their control, then store it and then distribute it, right? Ideally, there should be a company which does all of this, and a good client should be able to trust that yes, my product has been processed according to my specifications, stored properly, packaged properly, transported properly, whether it's at a +4 degrees or a -18 degrees, and delivered to me at the right time, right? When we first entered the Delhi market, we saw that a large part of the country is serviced, when you look at frozen meat, is serviced by what are known as the mandiwalas, right? And why is it serviced by that category of suppliers? Because they are the cheapest in this country, right? And when you have some organized suppliers, let's say the big exporters or the big meat processors, whom quality conscious clients go for. What the market lacked, and this was the challenge, was a mid-market player. Somebody who can have a mid-market pricing, still maintain that trust and that quality and that specification. Not that if the product is getting frozen in the mandi, along with in a 2 kg pack of chicken, there is 300 grams of water. You won't know till you thaw the product in your kitchen, right? And actually cook it. You will not know that there is 300 grams or 200 grams of water in it. Or you asked for, a fully trimmed, clean product, but there is lots of untrimmed pieces in it. Fresh has been mixed with frozen during processing itself. Old batches have been recycled. So there were many malpractices that there was no trust in the system. And only somebody who, cared very little about quality would go for suppliers like that or companies like that. So I think that was the challenge that had to be solved for, where we say, okay, there's fresher in the middle, you don't need to worry, you give me your spec. If you give me a minimum order quantity, I will make it according to your spec, and we will make sure that the entire value chain is maintained throughout.
So, we've spoken about all the use case scenarios, all the challenges. Let's move on to policy for a minute, because all this is good, but you do need the support and the backing of certain regulations. Also, if there are any global practices that you all think of, which we can sort of use and adopt, it would be good to hear.
Thank you. So actually, there are three elements to it. The first is policy, like you rightly said. The second is regulation.
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. I think there's something with the mic. I can't hear you all that well.
Hello?
Yeah.
This is better. So there are three elements to it. The first element is like policy, where we decide what we want to do. The second element is regulation. We define the rules of the game. And the third is financing. And these three all go together. And like you rightly said, that we have to see supply chains which they are more developed in the western part of the world or so on, wherever these are more developed. Now I'll take an example. Like there were times when we used to buy unbranded flours, we used to buy unbranded pulses. But as the consumer matured, we moved on to branded pulses, we moved on to branded flours and so on. So today, very few people will be going to the chakkiwala to get the flour done. Similarly, in a cold chain, like Darpan rightly said, we were stuck at the cold storage concept. So there was no end-to-end and there was no demand for it. Now, once the consumer becomes more aware and more mature, the demand has started coming in. Once the demand starts coming in, the need for policy has come. Now, again, adding to what she rightly said, that, it was mainly unorganized, like any industry is when it grows. But I think the time has come to define the rules of how this industry will be run. From a policy perspective, it is clear that we have to have an integrated, so the important word is integrated. It has to be end-to-end. It has to be a cold chain concept. The regulation has to be defined, which is in favor of, big guys as well as the MSMEs and the smaller guys, so that everyone can participate. It should not become a chain which, only supports the bigger people. So it has to have a lot of third party investment so that it becomes common infrastructure which all the three can use. And the biggest challenge we'll face is financing, because any investments needs a return on investment. The consumer is maturing but has not reached there where you can, quickly go with the kind of financing which is needed, because it's not cheap to make these value chains. It starts from one end of the country and ends in the other. So that is the final leg. And one more thing we have to see, we seeing a lot of demand for imported stuff, or stuff which is produced in one part of the country and goes to the other part of the country. There used to be times, when fruits and vegetables used to get seasonally. Now we expect everything to be available throughout the year.
Yeah.
So that demand has also come in. So if we set these three pieces right, I think the consumer is maturing to reach that level.
Would you like to add to it?
Okay. I think two more pieces I'd like to add to it, and one of them is what very likely Ambika and Girish ended up touching, which was what's happening at the first mile. We usually talk of the last mile, but in cold chain, you have to start from the first mile. So one of the pieces, and I'll take an example, you mentioned global practices. There's something very interesting that China is doing. They've set up these parks, which they call the demonstration zones. In those demonstration zones, they're setting up cold chain infrastructure as a demonstration piece for the system to get aware. And that's exactly the requirement that we also require as a country. And we require not just in the urban, because we're we're like the top producers in agriculture. We actually require this in the rural zones also. Once you have demonstration zones set up for these farmers and for people, be it poultry, be it vegetables, fruit, vegetables, whatever, people can actually see firsthand what happens with the cold chain. How does that bring value to the value chain of cold chain? And that demonstration zones will help a lot. And the other piece I think that this forum will, of course, eventually touch upon is the digital technology. How can we leverage the digital technology and ensure that there is monitoring happening, there's tracking happening, which is very essential to cold chain. So I think both these things will eventually start becoming a part of our policies, because as he was mentioning, the conversation has started. The conversation industry has started, COVID has helped fuel it, and we are on that track. So one of these few things we'll start seeing in the policy change for sure.
Just wanted to add one piece which on policies and global best practices. So while we are trying to get to the traceability in a cold chain, like what we said, it starts from the farm. And when you're talking about a poultry or a frozen item like a fish or an imported item, that batch level traceability when you come more and more downstream is something which has a lot of financial implication as well as requirement for us. So just to give an example, so if I have 20 outlets in a city, if I find one product, say a frozen chicken has been spoiled, just for me to understand whether it happened in that one outlet or in the cold chain from my warehouse or my cold room to my outlet, or it happened right from my hub to this. We are talking about a loss from 5,000 rupees to a 50 lakh rupees consignment loss. So essentially, this traceability as a system, we aspire to do that. We are working with bigger players, but the smaller players need to be empowered to do that traceability. And that's something which, as an organization policy, we require today, especially if you're companies venturing into cold chain.
I just want to sum up also whatever I have listened from the distinguished panelists. So relating to this end-to-end cold chain, what we talk about, okay. Now, if we talk about a supply chain cost of any ambient trade business, we talk about any of the big players or the Indian companies also. It operates generally at a supply chain cost of 3 to 4% when we talk about an ambient products. When we talk about the cold chain business, depending on what temperature you are working with. So I met one of the gentlemen who was a very senior position in Pepsi. He came to my office and he got shocked. He's he's a CEO of one of the big ice cream companies in the country. So he went from Pepsi to that company and he found the supply chain cost is 12%, 13%, 14%. So he has been worked in 15 to 20 years in Pepsi at a 4 to 5% cost. And suddenly he's going to a 15, 16% cost. So he was new to the industry. So, I mean, the money will come between the cost of the production, procurement, logistics, and the money which you are charging from the consumers. The gap is basically whereby you have to earn the profit, you have to pay salary to the people. So how do we bridge up this 4% versus 12 to 13% of the cost? Because you are in a very sensitive market. And mind it, you are not selling a detergent worth $200. You are selling a product worth 15 rupees, 20 rupees to, I mean, I sell my ice cream impulse category, highest payout price is 70 rupees, 70. Okay. So these are one of few of the challenges what I have faced in the long run of in the industry. Secondly, about the traceability. Now, when we talk about the traceability, government FSSI laws are very, very rigid. How do we match up? In a cold chain industry in India, particularly in a -20, -25 degree, no traceability is there. If any of the companies are claiming, it is not the right thing. So what happens? You get an invoice ready, there's a different batch at the invoice, and there is a different product because you cannot match it between a batch at the physical cold room of -20, 25 degree, depending on some uneducated laborers, and the product is going to a consumer through your transportation chain. So, I mean, this law was passed in way back in almost 13, 14 years. But I mean, still now I have not been able to execute it. I mean, I've met a lot of people, a lot of consultants, but it's not that easy. So one thing is the cost at one hand, one thing is the FSSI norms or the regulatory norms, and one thing what she said, the end-to-end cold chain. It's not only the forward cold chain, it starts from the back-end cold chain. I mean, we are in a country whereby we sell fruits and vegetables on the road, and we sell shoe worth 5,000 rupees in a cold room, sorry, in a mall, in a air-conditioned atmosphere. So we belong to that country. So with the support of the government and with the support of all the big houses which are present in the country, the companies are growing, but maybe the space is not that much. Thank you.
I'll just quickly add to that on the regulatory thing, which is, it's a delicate matter to tread, which is taxation. Okay. So what happens is, at the end of the day, and unless you want cold chain infrastructure and products to be limited to the big guys, okay, that, good large companies like a Mother Dairy or a Barbecue Nation can buy high quality frozen products. If you want it to become a mass category, if you want that frozen product should reach retail shops across the country, having a tax on an organized frozen supplier versus an untaxed unorganized player, you're essentially discouraging the penetration of the branded frozen category, right? For example, in fruits and vegetables or meat, you have fresh, which is non-taxed. You have unorganized frozen, unbranded frozen, which is not taxed. And then you have, branded frozen, which attracts tax. So I think, I don't know how to solve for this. The government will tax because it needs revenue. It's very natural. But there shouldn't be a perverse incentive for the sector to not get organized, right? So I think that's a challenge for policymakers to think about.
Knowledge, leveraging technology. Let's talk a little bit about that. Would you like to talk in terms of how you can leverage it to drive efficiency, especially when it comes to, say, packaging, for instance?
Yeah, sure. So I think another piece, so when I touched in policy, I touched upon digital technologies, and that needs to find space in the policy now for our country. Um, One of the things which we in our organization are working upon, and I think a lot of organizations are now starting to work upon, is leveraging AI and utilizing blockchain. Blockchain in itself is such a huge topic, but specifically for cold chain, the traceability that it brings with it, the monitoring that it brings with it, that entire value can easily be leveraged in cold chain. So I think that's one of the technologies that we need to look into. The other piece, I think, is packaging. And we very extensively work on packaging, and we've got experts sitting there. And I was just hearing last week, there is a new conversation that has started in the industry on packaging, which now goes beyond sustainability. So we've talked of recyclable, we talked of refillables, we've talked of all of that. Now the next conversation on packaging that I'm hearing is the conversation on active packaging and the conversation on smart packaging. The smart packaging, of course, is like you hear of your smart appliances, something that can be monitored. It's got sensors, it's got communication tracking. You can converse with that packaging. The other part is the active packaging, which is very interesting, where you've got enzymes that get leaked into the product and ensure that there is oxygen scavengers there. They will ensure that the moisture is getting managed accordingly. So I think we are standing at that spur of the moment where the industry is shaping up, it's reshaping up. It's for the government regulatories, it's for the industry associations and people like Businessworld to now come together and ensure there is enough conversation happening around this so that the regulation moves in that fashion and shape. So that's my bit on the technology.
So I think in cold chain, so obviously visibility becomes a very paramount what we require today in terms of temperature controls or monitoring systems. So I think one of the things, while not exactly packaging, what we are trying to do is also move more towards logistic partners who have end-to-end logs. So for us, when we had to do in 2018, when we started this migration to cold chain, we had to put up infra across all our outlets just to do the safe handling of frozen products. So you have a thawing process, you have overnight chillers that had to come in place. So now we have now we have a system on top which we're working on some pilots on IoT based temperature monitoring. So which is going to send out alerts if there is any kind of an abuse or product quality. So these are something which are required today, and I'm talking about just my outlets today. Now I have the same thing with cold rooms. I have the same thing with upstream manufacturers also. So this is something which is not here yet, but we have to consciously make these strides if we are sure about having our supply chain move towards cold chain. So that's something which we have done.
Yes, absolutely.
So, because this is a conversation on technology, we are a startup. We are a young company. We are venture capital funded. And to add to what both of them said, this is a very cost conscious country, right? These supply chains are not built cheap. And what happens is if I spend 30, 40 crores in setting up a processing plant, like some of the big guys do, I'm going to have to amortize that cost and price it into my product, right? How do we use technology to reduce the capital expenditure that is required? How do we use technology to use the SME infrastructure that already exists in our ecosystem to actually bring down the cost, use capacity more efficiently, and use capital more efficiently, and therefore be able to price our products in a way that we can have mass market adoption, right? I think the conversation on the use of technology is moving. Of course, the focus on digitization, because that has not yet been complete traceability, tracking. But apart from digitization, also how technology can enable capital efficiency. So I think that's something that is being thought about now.
So we're going to open for questions. But before that, what we'll do is we'll just close this discussion with the focus. Let's just talk a little bit about what should be the focus in the years ahead. So we'll sum up that.
So I think somebody touched the subject on that. See, when we talk about we have big players, we have small players in the business. can the companies when I talk about as a user, I want the compliance, I want the AI, I want everything. But can I afford a big player to work with me? The reason for that is, if I ask this question or I want to sum up like this, 90% of the business, whether I talk about primary storage, I talk about primary logistics, I talk about hub and spoke model, I talk about secondary logistics. This is a chain. 90% of the chain is controlled by unorganized players because no company, whether big or small, are interested to pay price what some of the big brands are asking for. So this is an unorganized market which was there 15 years back. And even after 15 years also, I see maybe 1 or 2% movement has happened. That's why the big players are finding it really tough to resist. So if they resist, I mean, where are the players? The players with non-compliance, the players who want to quote a very lesser price. So they are your partners, what you call it. We don't call it vendors anymore. We call it your partners. So these guys, if the big players, they don't come into this segment. So whatever we have discussed so far, I mean, we have talked about the compliance, the regulatory, the AIs of the things, but ultimately the baton is getting exchanged from 1, 2, 3, 4. And even one of the things out of the 4 batons is compromised, is cheap, is not is very economical. The whole chain gets affected.
Yeah, I think the way I'd like to summarize it is looking future back and looking forward to the future. The one piece is the ground reality, which is our regulations and policies need to start moving from minimum standards to mandatory standards. And that's the piece which is missing. Once that ground has been set and corrected for the entire value chain that gets involved in cold chain, the industry will start moving. And the other piece that will support it is again digital, and I cannot harp on it enough because that will ensure the quality that is so essential to this entire piece. So both, I think, making policies mandatory and making the digital leveraging the digital to its max are the two things that will bring the shape for this industry.
So, as a small company in this space, there's only so much gyan we can give to the industry. But I think for us, I mean, if you look at what we are planning to do over the next 2 or 3 or 5 years, we want to come up as a one-stop solution for any bulk buyer of frozen products. And what I mean by that is all the challenges that were raised on this panel, can we solve for that? Whether it's product quality, whether it is trust and traceability, whether it is price competitiveness, whether it's reliability, whether it is distribution, and, most importantly, service. There is a understanding, an implicit understanding, especially amongst the organized folks that he mentioned in the market, that we are selling a product. Hum to maal bech rahe hain, right? But you're not just selling a product, you're also selling services. Whether someone asks for digitization or tracking or give me a proper invoice or reply to my email, everything is a service, right? Can we, over the next 5 years, be a one-stop solution for any bulk buyer for frozen products, and sort of, that's their peace of mind. They don't have to think that should we go to the farmer, build a 2,000-kilometer backend, how do we manage the products, that those problems should get solved for. So that's really the future that young companies like us are looking for in this sector. And thanks to the fact that 90% of the sector is unorganized, we feel we have a chance at giving it a shot.
I'm going to go much more operational in this. So we are in 81 cities. We have a network of some work in 30 cold rooms. So for us, the challenge is across when you go beyond the metros, tier 2, tier 3 cities, people who are handling cold chain products are not exactly skilled in terms of product and product knowledge or product understanding. Somebody feels it's very, very, very okay to just take the cold chain out of the thing and unload it on a pallet and keep it there. So those are things which can impact the product itself. And so we need to build that skill set of the people who are working on cold chain products, and we're working with a few of the some of the vendors ourselves, trying to educate them to become more adept at handling cold chain products. The other part is also with respect to when you're, since you are, for what problem the big players face is that if I move to cold chain and I have to ship to a tier 2 city or a tier 3 city, there's not much takers for the product. And we don't have a reefer network which goes from tier 1 to tier 2, and you have huge cost and lead times which is happening. So essentially, while we all automated, we have optimized for FTLs and in metros, the moment it goes to tier 2, tier 3 cities, you have to build that structure. So we're looking more towards having a structured network where operate without incurring too much cost to serve.
Thank you. I think two things go hand in hand. So we have to have the right partners in the system, the right infrastructure. By infrastructure, we mean the physical devices which are needed to maintain these cold chains. And the third was the entire ecosystem that you discussed. This matures in on the one side, and on the other side is the life choices that consumers are making and the kind of lifestyle changes which are coming. So the demand will get generated from how consumers have changed their lifestyle and what kind of products they want. While on the other hand, it's the supply side where we'll have to work on the infrastructure and the other two elements that we spoke. And it will take some time, before that pull comes in. Right now, it's more of a push, and everybody is trying to see how to improve things. But once the consumer pull starts coming in, rapid scale up will happen. And that's when, people who have spent 10, 15, 20 years doing this work will really be able to ramp up versus people who will just like to get into the bandwagon later on.
Well said. Well said. Very quickly, we can take one question, if there's any question.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for entertaining panel. And I'm from SAP, and we are working on so many solutions for the network and the digitization. But one roadblock we always hear or we've always faced is the readiness of the ecosystem to adopt that. So, like for example, we're talking about the handling of the goods at the various points. The cold chain is all about how we handle at the various points. So as part of your experience or the way you working with your suppliers, how are you ensuring that the information about the sanity of the products, not only from the cold chain perspective, but the way they are processed? Because today we're talking about cold chain, tomorrow we're going to talk about how these are going to processed from the first point, farm to fork. Is the industry ready? Is your supplier ready? Are they ready to collaborate with you on providing such information?
I think we are finding that the industry is becoming much more receptive. It's also a requirement. So we know some of the vendors in Mumbai, which is a very, very local market, who invested in this cold chain technology, putting in visibility, temperature monitoring, all alert systems, because they were growing from scale, right? I think industry is much more receptive today. While the system level integrations might be a bit more longer horizon right now, especially in this space, but it is definitely on the cards with the bigger players coming in. You're having investments made by foreign countries in India in these spaces. So essentially, you will have this more and more. We're working with some of the best infrastructure companies here who have invested in this visibility. So I think it's a matter of time when we're talking about electronic data exchange and whatever information required for us to take decisions.
So I know what you're getting at. Okay. So, when we try to digitize our backend, right? What happens in these industries is it's, let's say the buyer is organized, and then maybe the warehouse operator is organized, and then maybe I'm organized. But at some point of time that stops, and then some unorganized person is there, right? And the way to do it is, see, it will be a challenge for the next 20 years, but it's a challenge that is slowly getting solved for piece by piece. So what we did was we developed an in-house warehouse management system, right? Which is our own sort of proprietary technology. And we first implemented it in our demo sort of facility, a QC facility. And, it took us 3 months to just train our staff, just to add to what Girish said, because nobody even wants to do the data entry that I have removed the product from the warehouse at this time and I've processed it in this much time, right? So you have to overcome that resistance. I think if you're, as SAP, if you're looking for business in this space, you just have to be patient. Like a project which you think is going to take 3 months is going to take 9 months. That's the reality.
You know what? I'm getting dirty truths from the event team. So I think let's wrap this up. Thank you so much. We've touched upon really important aspects of policy, of technology, and the future focus. I'm sure everybody can just, write in. If they write in to us, we'll send on the questions to you. Thank you so much.
Quite an impressive session indeed. Thank you to our panelists and chair. Can we have a round of applause for our dignitaries here? I firmly believe wake up determined and go to bed satisfied, right? So I would be needing a bit more of energy from our lovely audience here as we embark on our next panel discussion, which is again on a very, very interesting topic, supply chain competitiveness, finding the right multi-model mix. And to do the honors of taking the discussion forward, I would now be requesting the humble presence of our panelists on board now, starting with Ajay Gupta, Group Chief Supply Chain Officer, Jackson Group. Let's welcome sir with a round of applause, please. Next, I would like to call Anirban Sanyal, Head Supply Chain and National Logistics, Central Ply. Can we have a round of applause for sir as well? Next, I would like to call upon Ashutosh Dhar, Supply Chain Director, Becton Dickinson. Wonderful, sir. Thank you for coming in here today. Followed by Bharat Bhushan Rathi, Head Distribution and Logistics, Mankind Pharma. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Rajat Dhar, Head Supply Chain, United Colors of Benetton. And to chair this session, I would now be requesting the humble presence of Arun Kumar, sir, Vice President, AMTOI. Thank you so much, sir, for coming in here today. Please kindly take the session forward now.
Okay, so this is a session before lunch. So I'm hoping that nobody will be sleeping and everybody will be hit with hunger pranks. I promise you to relieve you fast so that you can have your lunch on time. We have a very eminent panel and I'm not going to introduce them because it's already displayed, I guess. So you can recognize them. We'll go straight to the session. It's a very interesting session and I'm involved with supply chain and multimodal. So this is the right session for me. First, we'll go with the opening question, which I have written down. So I'm just going to read it out. While we all know that most of your movement, particularly the international movements, are multimodal by nature, exception of road transport, which can be unimodal. Where do you see India's present state in the overall multimodal growth? And I'm not going to be posing the question to any one person, but in general, anybody can start. Gentlemen, open to you.
Hi, good afternoon. I think where India stands today is very, very at a nascent stage to my personal understanding and knowledge. I think what we've evolved over is that in the multimodal space, that receiving cargo either by air or by sea, and then Concor and the likes of it, improving their footprint and covering a larger geography in the country to bring it closer to some of the customers. And from there, again, it gets onto the fleets of transport. But it is not truly something where the cliche multi-modal is operating, where it truly has to leverage and use all the inland waterways or other modes of other avenues also available. So I think it's in nascent stage, it's evolving. The fact that Concor is a very strong and viable option, very fast, that itself is a testimony that, yeah, we are moving in the right direction.
I'm a bit disheartened on that because being a multimodal guy, I think we have evolved. We have really come a long way. Gentlemen, anybody else?
So perhaps I'm going to add little more disappointment to you.
Please, go ahead.
So in your opening remarks, you said that international imports. Why multimodal is still related to international
Not
imports?
necessary. Not necessary.
No, it's not necessarily, but what happened that when we talk about multimodal, immediately it comes that there's a international cargo is moving. So I'm representing a plywood industry or laminate industry. Now, if I have to think that multimodal and domestically, and we have the, you know, we have to be ensured that our sustainability is taken care of. Multimodal is something which I can look into. But the thing is that current infrastructure or the service provider perhaps or the channel partner, how many is there? How many facilities are there? How many mature channel partners there who can actually take care of my cargo? Because today my biggest challenge or biggest worry will be that how this cargo will be handled at rail yard. So what I'm trying to say that it's a huge scope, huge space is lying which we need to take care of. So in these kind of events, what happened that we meet a lot of both sides of the table, or when we are sitting in a table that we meet the service provider, channel partner, experts into a different technology, transportation, warehousing. And once we reach back to our office, there are a lot of calls we get. Hardly we get any call that, sir, we are into multimodal. Why don't we, associate with each other? So I think that is something which really
I'm definitely going to give you a call after this. So moving on, anybody else who wants to add?
Yes, a quick one. So I come from healthcare industry. It has improved over the last couple of years, especially during the pandemic. We saw that there was a flurry of multimodal shipment that we had to do because we had to reach our customers, hospitals and labs in that case. So that has been one good thing and I am on your side. One experience that we have seen in the last couple of years is that when you do multimodal with a single service provider, it works far more seamlessly as compared to trying to do multimodal with multiple service providers. We have not been able to integrate that as well. I think that's definitely a scope that all of us as industry needs to work together.
True, but multimodal per se is the game for one person. I mean, see, it's basically like a relay race. Logistics per se, and when it involves multimodalism, it's like a relay race. So if you have multiple partners and you are the one who's coordinating, then you are the multimodal operator. So then you'll have to take that charge yourself. So there are a good number of multimodal operators. In fact, we have an association, and I'm the vice president of it, so it's my responsibility to say that. And anybody else wants to add?
Just to add on, see, in last 2 decades, from the day when there is a container that was unloaded on a port, और उसके बाद वो फोन पे लगाता था, हाँ भाई गाड़ी लगा दे, container आ गया. And from today, wherein there is an automatic system, and many service providers are giving them that an auto shipment is booking, and then truck is auto loaded, and it comes to the destination and location. So obviously there is a scope of improvement as on today also, because managing the different people and different service provider on a single platform, and then to say the services on track system, because of this e-commerce model, even a layman also says that I want to have a shipment every hour, every minute tracking kind of a thing. So it's something that, yes, it's on the verge of change. The work has been done. We are on a right track. At the same time, but yes, it will not be done by a single person, and industry and the users all come together, keep in hand. We need to invest a lot. Yes, it's something that I am very hopeful for multimodal transportation. And everybody is using it, not only in pharma, but as in plywood industry, in heavy metals, or any retail. So everybody is using it. So thank you.
So Bharat, I'm going to just remember what you said, because we're going to come back to that in a while, because I want to really take you on to that. Would you like to add?
Yes, I think with the focus from the government side on this multimodal setup, I think, and the freight corridors being developed, they are vast corridors, and I'm sure in future another 5 to 7 years we'll see a lot of growth towards multimodal sector. And the only thing which I want to add is that we need strong players from the service industry who want to kind of give an end-to-end solution on this, because what happens is if even the companies are ready to kind of embrace the change, but at the same time they are a little more skeptical whether we'll have an end-to-end visibility of the cargo at any given point of time. So if the business is not very confident about the status of their shipments, then it becomes a little more a scary scenario which most of the business wanted to avoid.
Thank you, Rajit. How many logisticians in the audience? Anybody from logistics side? Please raise your hand. Only one? Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 logisticians, listen to what the customers has to say. Okay, so I'm on the other side of the table. I'm the service provider. And I represent the Association of Multimodal Transport Operators. While you're right, in one way that it is, when you talk of multimodalism, you're talking of international shipments. That has been true because there was a law enacted in 1993, which was called MMTG, or Multimodal Transport of Goods Act. But there is no particular law which was enacted for domestic multimodalism. So domestic multimodalism actually came to light only after the government started looking at, movement by RoRo, in the sense there was a RoRo movement on where the trains were carrying the trucks from in the Konkan railway area. And that is when the idea of multimodalism in domestic sense started coming in. And government is working on it. Very slow to our taste, but yes, they're still working on it. So that's that part of it. And on the technology part, now we come to technology part. I'm going to jump the question because, as I said, I'll take you on. And I'll start with Ajay on this. The technology side of multimodalism is very important. Logistics, just like in any other field of life, digitization has taken over. And we all associate that digitization with efficiency. And it is to a great extent. But how has it affected multimodalism per se and logistics in general?
I think this is the crux of the, let's say half of the crux of the matter. One is the infra part and policy advocacy. The large important part is the digital footprint which has been created or is readily available. I think one nightmare that any supply chain leader would have, and I've heard the sentiment of all the panelists here, that they have to report every now and then as to the status. Multimodal, baton race, change of hands between different things. Forget the documents, even the information not flowing seamlessly across. It is impossible that with the amount of data that is required and with the amount of, let's say, every business is having SKUs and customers and the just-in-time concepts, so the number of lots which are in transit and flowing in, just to keep a track of them, to keep plants running and the customers fed, is humongous. So to create all of the data, handle it, exchange it, and transfer it and use it very effectively is a nightmare. There still, the situation of digital in multimodal is that we are still dependent heavily on paper documents. We still have banks or customers or our own departments insisting on BOEs, which are paper documents, BLs, which are paper and have the right validity. It's EDI. It's still not migrated to an API interface. So somebody has to keep investing time, energy, resources into having relationships and businesses with multiple platforms. It's a cost. It's tracking 10 different places, but not one seamlessly end-to-end across. And when I say not one, don't take me seriously on this, because there are some very serious interventions which have started to come in. Our friends in SAP or Ariba would be market and LBN very strongly. They do believe that has a lot of solutions to it, quite rightfully so. It's evolving and would meet the requirement as it gets more strengthened. We had some panelists, as was shown on Shipsy Comet, they're trying to make some headwind into it. But end-to-end, if we were to have visibility at one go, that is seriously lacking and missing. So information is not available at a click of a button for the entire movement from origin till the destination. Paper still continues to hold fort. So handling complexity, handling scale, and doing it sustainably is another challenge. Today, we are all besotted with trying to create sustainable supply chain with the amount of paper that is required and with the amount of reports one is expected to generate and keep those reports and again use more paper. It is something which needs a very serious consideration. A lot of work is going in, a lot of tech developments are happening, a lot of tech engineers are focused on it and trying to work on it. So it's all in the right direction. But today, if you ask me, where are we on it? It does not give comfort to supply chain managers to try and migrate or try and see that how we use it as the predominant mode and not focus on the traditional and the conventional, which is door-to-door single mode services.
Wonderful. Anybody else who would like to speak on the digital part?
Yeah, probably I'll just add on to
Yeah.
what Ajay
Yeah.
mentioned and also what Anirban. I'll just pick on the imported shipments. So I think one of the solutions that has been there for now a couple of years has been the control tower concept or the lighthouse concept. I mean, I think everybody uses a different nomenclature for that. In its earlier avatar, which we were working on about 4 or 5 years back, it was very simplistic. It was mainly for import shipments, sea shipments coming in, moving out from, let's say, a port in the US, when is it reaching and stuff like that. I think now it has evolved greatly. And now it connects that if from a manufacturing site in the US, it reaches the port, from the port to the port in India, then from port in India to the warehouse in India, and then from warehouse in India to the customer. So I think that is something that we have seen as a solution which has evolved. I mean, it's not perfect right now. I think all the industry is working on it, even the users like I think SAP, and there are some of the other startups that are working on it. That we have seen as a real game changer that has helped us in the last couple of years, especially again. Sorry, I refer pandemic again and again, not a very positive thing, but it's there. So that is something, one of the solutions. And talking about digital in logistics, I think he's talking about that. How do you remove paper? How do you make it sustainable is also removing a lot of paper in the whole chain that we use right now.
True, very true.
See, just to add on what my panelist is saying. See, the one thing is we need our data. We need a data at any point. Okay. And let's agree, yes, there is no single platform. And even if some service providers have single platform, then they are having certain manual interventions in that. They are pulling some data and it always prone to some mistakes. And the issue is because now it's a JIT and now it's so many choices. So previously, probably after 10 years back, we are dealing only with 500 SKUs. Now, after 10 years, we are dealing with 2000 SKUs. The same company, because number of choices to the customer increases. And this multi-model plays an important role because now LCL shipments plays an important role. So previously, gone are the days when we are saying कि bulk में मंगवा लो, so it थोड़ा सा सस्ता पड़ेगा. Now everybody have an economic order systems and everybody wants an inventory to be on a linear side, even if the pandemic is there, but still you cannot have X percentage loading to the business. And because of your inefficiency, nobody is paying for you. So why a customer will pay for your inefficiency? So we need to have a system, and digital is the only way. We need to reduce the papers. We need to have hand-in information. Or not only that, see, whether it's a company or it's a service provider, we should be transparent with each other. So sometimes there is an wrong information sharing. Sometimes there is something that we are not, it's an arm twisting kind of a thing. I personally believe that it's something, it's a hand in hand, and we both should understand each other at the same time, so that it's kind of an open book, and everybody is playing their role in that book. That's my take up.
Wonderful. You would like to add anything?
I think the biggest challenge which most of the organizations face, particularly when it comes to the digitization of your supply chain, is the kind of cost effectiveness and the manpower you want to invest. So I think the best way in terms of, as Ashutosh also mentioned and Ajay also mentioned, that even if we want to have an inception of technology, it should be with a partner collaboration. So what happens is the most of your service partner base will have a wide range of experience, and they will have a much more cost effective solution when it comes to the digitization of your supply chain. So why not to collaborate with your partners and actually go up with the problem statement, joint problem statement as per your organization, as along with the partner, and that would help this overall process.
Wonderful. And I'm really intrigued to listen to this conversation. I'll just share a very small case study. We have the time, so I'm taking that liberty. My company, we developed a paperless solution for multimodalism in 2014. And I had really slogged on it. I had done the front end and worked very hard on that, thinking that we are making something that the industry wants. Gentlemen, I have a client base of almost 250. I presented this to my major clients, which were around 20, 25 between that. And guess how many users we have today? Zilt, Nin, not one. The only customer who used it was the one who, he was the large, they were the largest customers of ours. And it was pushed from the chairman itself, because I complained to him that while you are crying about shipments getting delayed and costs being incurred, your team is just not willing to adopt anything new. And he said, give me a demo. And I gave him a demo 1-to-1. And he sent a decade down, implement it. I want it done by next week. Okay. So that was the only company we did, and the results were phenomenal. There was not a single mail exchange. We used to clear, I think, around 40 to 50 of their air shipments every day without a single mail, without a single penny of additional cost in terms of storage. That was the efficiency achieved. The problem is, after almost 9-10 years, I'm disheartened. I gave up because the demos I gave, and believe me, one of the companies was a Japanese big time company, one of my clients. When I gave the presentation, there was a Japanese gentleman who was in the presentation, and he said, wow, we should do it right away. I come back to my office after that demo, and I get a call from the supply chain head of that company telling me, you want to do business with us or not? Be very straight. I said, bloody hell, what happened? I thought you guys liked it. He says, yeah, Japs liked it. Too much accountability is what he said. I was shocked. So what do you mean too much accountability? He said, बहुत ज़्यादा visibility है, इतनी नहीं चाहिए. Now I really don't know. I just heard all of you say, and specifically when I was telling it to you, I heard all of you say that you want visibility. My personal experience says, my customer said, we don't want visibility. And my team said, sir, आपने Ferrari बना दी, road तो है ही नहीं. And they were right. The joke was not, it was not just a joke. They said, आपने Ferrari बना दी, आप हमको बोल रहे हो कि punch करो data. But your customers don't want it. So why are you wasting my time? And I have no answer for it. And truly, this is my personal experience. All you gentlemen, I invite you to my office anytime. I'll give you the demo of that. You will find it. Again, on the same point, there was one large company, one very big multinational company who's our client. When we presented it to them, their team said, oh, तो अब आप अपना काम हमसे कराना चाह रहे हो? मैंने कहा आपको अडॉप्ट करना है, कर लीजिए. नहीं करना है, हम आपको DSR रोज भेज देंगे. It's not a problem. Because DSR is also generated, by the way, from that same system. वो automatically एक Excel sheet generate करता है और भेज देता है. They're happy with that. They don't want to go online. So digitization seems to be very, very fancy word. And I'm a big fan of digitization personally, but it hasn't really caught on in the industry. The industry is not willing to accept it. And this is my complaint as a service provider to the industry. Please accept digitization. And also just to add here, sir, a lot of things have been digitized. For example, today in customs, you don't require to carry a single document. Nothing. Everything is online. Even your bank copy of your bill of entry or shipping bill is online. It goes to your bank. You don't have to actually carry a single piece of paper. Yes, there are people and people have mindsets. So अगर मेरा बैंक में कोई खड़ूस बैठा है, वो कहेगा नहीं जी मेरे को वो जो बैंक कॉपी है लाके दो. And there was a time when my customers actually you would fight with me, signature लाके दो इस पे. ये signature नहीं मिल रही है मेरे को. And we had to tell them, boss, it is digital. There is no signature required. So yeah, we have progress. Lot more has to be done. I agree. Ajay ji, back to you.
No, so good. All of these experiences would be there in a vast economic ecosystem like ours, where you would be coming, all of us come in contact with a lot of people who are in the various evolution curve of their organizations and all. The only point which I wish to make is, and this is drawing from your own experience and leveraging on that as well. You started very early 2014 and you had a cracker of a solution. Unfortunately, visibility around that solution could have stunted the adoption there. Now, cut to and move over. What happens to people like us who are in the leadership space or any supply chain professional who's struggling to manage the vast amount of data? He needs some tool and technology to do that. The problem is that whenever there's a business case which has to be presented, the sad part is that for any digital or technology thing, it is very, very difficult to make a business case. What cost avoidance, what payback, what IRR. So which is when hungrily we all look around to say, who are those, why startup ecosystem has grown? These are guys supposed to be nimble, fast, agile, low cost, challenging the mights of the SAPs or the Oracles or the JD Edwards or all of those people who come up with very fancy licensing regimes and fancy price tags and all of that. So then people look around, and now when they look around, there's another dichotomy. Is there scalability to them? Is there reliability? Is there assurance? So then leaders get caught into a no man situation that इसके लिए budget नहीं है, ये unreliable है, unscalable है. So some experiment, some don't. Now, if there is something which comes out, and this can come out through industry forums, associations, and sessions like this, that if there's a very strong presentation where leaders can get insight into something which is coming at a low cost, humble low cost, easy to implement, agile, I think we're all game for it and we're all thirsting for it.
So
I want to
see-
add just what Ajay said.
Sure.
That what happened that we are also looking for digital like change management. So that see that you said complaint, then the change, it comes at a cost. So what happened that something new we have to adopt. So what happened exactly like I'm just perhaps going to echo you that we are into this between these two. So what happened that experimenting. So we want to experiment with the lower costs rather than, and there are so many options. So we have to, identify between must to have and good to have. So I may have many options, but what I must to have, then experimenting with that. And then, you invest on that. So the something new when it comes, it's become more difficult for us to justify to the board that why we need this. And then you bring that, I want to, reduce my half an hour of work and explaining that at a cost, then now your ROI will become very difficult. So what exactly you're looking for that in this kind of solution that can we have a shared cost? So many a times these softwares comes at a standalone cost. If we can get a shared cost model, it's easier for us to pitch in within the organization. Forget about that whether going outside the organization. Within the organization, the board is very difficult to establish the fact that this is needed and these are the benefits we are going to get.
So, so allow me to just get this straight. What we're discussing here is the cost of implementing some system in your organization, or you're talking of the systems which are existing with your service providers as
Organization,
multi-port
in
service
another
provider?
organization, I have to implement something in my organization.
Okay.
So for that, I have to show two things, that this cost I'm going to incur and these are benefits you're bringing onto the table.
Mhm.
And then that converting that benefits into rupee terms is sometimes become difficult. And that when we comes with the cost is so high that we'll leave that, okay, fine, we'll manage this year, we'll think next year, and every year as the next year.
No, true. So what Ajay was, I think, mentioning was, he was mentioning about you have your own ERP running and the logistics service provider is not giving you the data through digital transmission. Was that understanding correct?
Not really.
Uh-huh.
If the service provider, we having a ERP or whatever things, and a service provider having a platform, the two have to be integrated.
Correct.
Now, all of that also are standalone platforms. They have their own licensing regimes. There are costs for licenses as well as for services. And or even if it's a cloud model, there are subscription fees which are there. So I'm talking about that digital is need of the hour, but digital adoption is on a slow track because finding the right partners who have the solution as well as the services and the right cost position for this is something which is not visible very prevalently or widely, that leaders like us can jump on and say, yeah, let's go and implement this, pick this up very quickly and immediately. Each is going by what they are seeing as somebody touching base and finding a niche in that segment and being successful at some scale and having a potential, and he grows over a period of time. So it's not something which is very ready-made. I had some good experiences of reviewing, let's say, a Shipsy or a GoCommit recently. They could be across industries and across businesses and to some scale as well. So there could be ready pickings for a lot of evolved companies, but there could be some who are still trying to come
But
grow
again,
that curve.
I have also a client who used to use Shipsy for example, just for an example, and not taking names of any particular company. Again, the problem there was, it was expecting your service provider, it was not linking your service provider. It was expecting the data be punched in. It was not providing an API link to your service provider. So as a service provider, I found it very difficult to ask my team कि तुम अपनी ERP में भी punch करो and then go to Shipsy and again punch there. So again, it's a replication of job.
So where it has evolved now is that they have agreements with, let's say, the shipping lines.
Okay.
And they are having API links with the shipping line. So the moment a shipping line punches data to say that this container is moving from this place to this place for this client, and if I have a subscription with Shipsy, it gives me visibility by all of those data being consolidated and pulled up real time as well as through a report also.
What I was saying about my one client that we implemented this on, they were on SAP. And we were transmitting data through EDI. So there was no actual punching of data required either by them or by us. They fed their data as they required it. We fed our data as we required it, and both the systems talked to each other. It was seamless and there was no cost involved, except for the cost of integration, which probably could have been there. Anybody else who would like to take the
See, you need to understand change is evident. Obviously, you are a bit early in 2014, but now it's 2023. After a decade, everybody wants that information. Now, second question is, if there are two vendors, they are bidding for a company. One vendor have all these sophisticated softwares and they are giving good to have things. The other vendor is only giving me certain information, which is basic information. And the price remains the same, then obviously a person or I will go to a person wherein they are giving me some good to have things also. Okay, that is for sure.
But
that is a winning edge.
But you put a caveat, price remains the same.
Obviously.
ऐसा थोड़ा होता है यार, खर्चा तो आता ही है ना कुछ भी बनाने में. Anyway, just a kid, just a joke. I think we'll move away from the digital side. We just quickly go into although previous session was on cold chain, but how about cold chain in multimodalism? And what is the experience that you have? And particularly Bharat, you, because you are from the pharma side, pharma uses cold chain quite often. So multimodal cold chain, how about that?
See, it's really, really difficult in fragmented ecosystem. You maintain the data integrity of the particular shipment. Yes, there are certain ways which we are following, but still on secondary distribution system, it's a challenge because every company, you name any company or the companies which are surviving in India, as per law, they are having the control for primary distribution. And when the ownership of inventory changes, it's complete black site kind of a thing. So what we did, see, it's a multi-model for sure if you are into an Indian farmers ecosystem, because we are dispatching goods in boxes only. Those are passive packaging boxes. Obviously, there are certain validations that we guys are doing. There are certain data points we are collecting either from data logger, or there are so many small IoT devices that we are putting in basis on the criticality of that shipment. At the same time, still it's manpower running. Still there are blackouts where we don't know where the shipment is and we are just calling our vendor, "Abhi kahan hai, bata de yaar, kahan hai, bata de yaar." So, and still it's going on because there are so many authorities involved in this. Me as a company, my company involved, then service providers company involved, then there are airport authorities, those are involved, then there are airport securities, which comes under Government of India only. So it's involved, and there are certain recommendations, there are so many things, and there is no single platform which is giving an online data. Nobody is claiming as on today also that this data is online and all. So there is a delay in punching the data, whether it's 4 hours, 6 hours, there is a cooling period on all the airports. I'm talking of domestic as well as internationals. So we only came to know when the damage has been done through the data logger, which we put in that system only. So yes, there are still fragmented issues, but government is investing heavily in these infrastructure, just like Hyderabad airport. They are building a huge facility. Bangalore, they already built that. So now government knows that this is the only buzzword. If we want to attract pharma industries to put their resources in India.
Thank you, Bharat. I think we are just about running out of time. So we'll take questions, and the gentleman there, can somebody give him the mic, please?
Paperless custom procedure. It's all one way. You can submit documents on the.
Sir, can you bring your mic closer, please? Yeah.
You can submit documents online, but you can't get the bill of entry or shipping bill online.
You do, sir.
If I want to get a copy of bill of entry, I can't get
You
it.
can.
Just guide me.
I will do that.
Yeah.
I will definitely do that.
Just
We'll do
guide
it offline.
Just guide me.
Sure.
Number
we'll
one.
do that.
Number two, the earlier we were getting the custom license ledger, which was showing the duty amount debited in the license, but not now.
That is also available on IceGate.
I will show you.
Yes.
No. We have a big debate with the DG system. It is not.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Arun, Mr. Ajay, you rightly said this multi-model system. There is a multi-model, multi-handling system. Handling is involved. So there are a lot of chances of damages. There are a lot of chances of damages, and further the complexity of the documents, because there are a lot of the truck, the rail, and again the lorry. So multi documents are involved. So again, big hassle. So there are a lot of companies to avoid all these door to door. And this thing, yeah, you mentioned this SAP. SAP is good. There is no doubt. Most of the big companies, they are having a SAP. The question is the cost of SAP. And the question is maintenance of SAP.
No, sir. So pardon my saying this, but I was not promoting SAP. I am not from SAP. I don't care if you use SAP. I was just saying the client I did the integration with was on SAP. They could have been on any other ERP for all you know, and we could still have integrated. I'm just giving you an example that they were on SAP. That's about it. So I'm so sorry. I was not promoting SAP at all.
So, Mr. Rajat, you rightly said there is a slow process of the multimodal these freight systems or the government multimodal parks are there. 35 parks are approved, but out of that only 13 are under process. Only 13. There is a big list of that. There is a PIB, Public Information Bureau is there. Just in March 2023 is there. So that gives a list of complete where 13 projects are undertaking.
Sir, multimodal logistics parks are still under a very nascent stage. They are under development, and they are under the Gati Shakti scheme of the government, which is fantastic scheme. And I have personally seen the layers of information that pass on with it. And it's a fabulous thing, and it is something which we probably should have done long time back.
Exactly.
And but we are late, but we are getting there. So thank you for your question. Thank you so much. Anybody else who would want to ask another question? No one? Wonderful. So that means we were not at all interested. So, okay. Other than that, what is one takeaway that as a panel, we let the audience take? One takeaway from this discussion. I mean, we can discuss till the cows come home, but what do you think is the one?
What I believe that we should have trained manpower. And it's the small hanging fruit, that low hanging fruit that we can catch. There are basic things that service providers, manpower need to learn. And there is so much of churning in there. So you need to have your training programs. And it need not be, it should be jazzy, it should be simple. There are only 10, 12 points which need to be adhered. And that's it.
And actually, FIO does a lot of these training programs. I know this for a fact because I have myself, presented at least 4 or 5 times on the FIO platform, and they do this in physical mode as well as on the online mode. And you get very interesting questions on that, and the people are very keen on learning. I'm really impressed with the kind of programs they run. And there are a few other organizations who also run logistics programs. Although, logistics as a trained profession came in very late. So my generation, there were no schools. We all learned on the job. And I'm sure that must be the case with all of you. So we have all learned on the job. But now there are schools which are training. So that part of it, I think, is being taken care of. What I would say is going with the digitization, I am 100% sure, and this is the takeaway from my side. Please do correct me. Do feel free to correct me on this. That we should, while we harp about it, while we talk about it, while we address it, we should also take proactive steps to adopt it. Digitization is not just a buzzword. Digitization has to be understood and adopted. So that's the take from me. And thank you very much. You have been a wonderful panel and wonderful audience. Thank you so much. You have a question? Oh, okay, sir. Please. Can somebody give the mic, please? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think the last part really, made me just think about the same, about the things that you are saying. And it was more about the skill set that you are saying that we need to really develop on the skill set. And I actually come from the freight forwarding and warehousing company. So just thinking, so what sort of skill sets do you think would be more applicable for the human manpower? Mr. Bharat, maybe you can order, or any of the panelists, if you could like to say.
क्या स्किल सेट चाहिए आपको? हमारे पास सब कुछ है. आप मांगे हम देंगे.
See, there are, whenever we are giving any shipment, so it's something that you are committing us. Will be delivering at so much, so date, so time, we are charging you so much. Okay. So we are giving you on a trust. There is nothing beyond that. Obviously, there are insurance going on, there are certain agreements going on. But actually, when we are giving you, it's only trust, nothing else. Okay. The freight is hardly 1% of the shipment that we are giving to you.
I love to hear that.
Okay.
1% is something I'm impressed with the 1% part of it.
Okay. So see, and every company, even I'm not saying for industry, even companies have their systems. So there are specific things. So you need to jot down a company specific SOPs. You need to sit with you as a service provider and the company. You need to sit down 4 or 5 bullet points, and you need to adhere that. That's it.
It's
And
more-
whenever
more-
there is a deviation, you need to transparently give them heads up that these are the things that we are not abiding because of so much so reason. That's it.
It has to be more of a collaboration. Ajay ji, you wanted to say something?
I know the time's up, but just one rejoinder to what he further said, that see, while we import, and there are a lot of facilitation which the government has done, one fact remains that every shipment goes through a challenge, whether it is faceless or with face, a scrutiny, a clarification. What we end up mostly is that our CHA throws up the hand, or there is detention demurrage because of delays in trying to answer that and get it cleared. And we have to go to consultants with additional spend. So if you ask that we have everything, what is it that's needed to smoothen it up? It means that, or what skills are needed? Your people should be very trained, informed about exim, all notifications, all policy matters coming in time to time, case laws and case histories, so that a lot of things can be pushed at the right AC levels and all, and consignments can be cleared seamlessly.
So, Paji, that answers the question. I mean, you need to be skilled. And my request to the whole industry is, please don't be penny wise, pound foolish. Pay your logistics service provider their dues. They will be training their manpower. We love to train our manpower, but हमारे पास पैसे नहीं होते, आप लोग देते नहीं हो. Anyway, okay. So moving on. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Everybody, can we have a round of applause for our panelists and our chair for successfully completing such a wondrous session indeed. Thank you so much. We would now be breaking for the networking lunch, and I would request your humble presence back inside the hall area by 1:40 p.m. So we can start our next session sharply at 2 p.m. So humble request, kindly please don't be late, be on time so we can start our second half on time. Thank you so much. Attention all, the lunch break is officially over and it is a delight to have each and every one of you once again back in the hall. People who are outside, humble request to you, final call. Kindly join us back inside for the second half of the day, where we do have a very interesting panel discussion on the topic how geopolitics and innovation are reshaping enterprise manufacturing strategies. And to do the honors, let me request our panelists on board here. Our first panelist would be joining us virtually, Jitendra Chadha, VP and Country Head, Global Foundries and Chair, IESA Semiconductor Manufacturing Supply Chain, CIG. And yes, I would request the humble presence of our dignitaries here on stage now, starting with Navjeet Gill, CEO, Gantry India. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please. Followed by Pavan Chaudhary, Chairman and Director General, MTAI, Managing Director, Wygon India. Sanjay Bhutani, Managing Director, India and SAARC, Washalong, India. And of course, our session chair for today, Ravi Srivastava, Senior Partner in MD and Lead Global Operations Practice, PCG. Can we have a round of applause for them, please? I need more energy from our lovely audience here post lunch. Thank you so much.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible at the back? Okay. Good. So thank you, everyone, for being here. And it's the post-lunch session. I hope post-lunch we can still keep you engaged and interested in the conversation. Just to recap, I lead BCG's operations practice globally. So my domain of work covers supply chain, procurement, manufacturing. And supply chain obviously is one of the areas which has seen a lot of activity in the last few years. In fact, if you take something like trends on Google or conversations in the business world that are happening on social media and try and understand what are the top 3 keywords that are being discussed, supply chain has been among the top 3 for the last 5 years running. So it's obviously a big area of interest. I'll start with a brief perspective from my side and then open the floor for questions to the panelists. My personal belief is global supply chains are in for a massive restructuring, which will play out over the next decade or 2 decades. And there are a few mega trends which are driving that. The first is over the last 5 years and possibly even earlier, every year we've seen supply chain shocks, which create a challenge. COVID obviously was the biggest one. Unplanned shutdowns in different parts, transportation linkages getting hit, etc. But there have been others, natural disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, which create a problem. And given how interconnected supply chains are globally in almost every industry, these have created big disruptions on the supply chain side. So what that has led to is the importance of resilience and managing the risk across supply chains has become top of mind for most companies. But this as a mega trend, the risks on the supply chain side, I think, is something which will just continue. It's not going to stop. The second big mega trend that I see happening is geopolitics. And geopolitics has 2 streams. One is conflicts breaking out in some parts of the world, Russia versus Ukraine. Which supply chain and which industry gets hit becomes a challenge. Because you don't even know what supply is coming from these different geographies and which part of the chain will get impacted. But there's a second bigger part, which is the entire issue around the Western Bloc, China, the rivalry and competition between the big countries and what impact that is having. Many companies are looking to de-risk their presence in China. There are challenges and constraints being created on movement of goods around technology access. And again, geopolitics is not going to become easier. If anything, it will continue to remain the way it is. And that has a big implication on supply chains as well. And the third big mega trend, in my view, is the entire climate and sustainability lens. Almost every large company globally has announced net zero commitments, whether it's in 2030, 2040, 2050. The implication of that is they have to cut down their emissions or carbon footprint in manufacturing as well as in the supply chain. Manufacturing footprint gets impacted because what is the source of energy that you are consuming in your manufacturing process becomes important. If you're manufacturing in a country where a large majority of the power is generated through coal, versus in a place where you can have a much more renewable mix, your carbon footprint can be very different. And also, if you're manufacturing closer to market, the carbon impact of transportation of goods is lower. If you are transporting goods halfway around the world, the carbon impact becomes bigger. And this again is a factor which is driving many companies to rethink how their global manufacturing networks are set up. So these three mega trends, which is the disruptions related to COVID and natural disasters, the carbon impact and geopolitics, in my view, will have a big restructuring on supply chains. And one of the positive things this will spur is innovation, because as you need to make changes and serve your customers while retaining your cost competitiveness, one of the big drivers for this will be innovation. How much can you innovate from a technology perspective, from a product perspective, and from a supply chain perspective? So with that preamble, let me now go across to my panelists. And JC, if you are there, maybe if I could start with you. Semiconductors is one of the industries which I would say has been at the heart of some of the geopolitical moves that we have seen, especially given current capacity is located to a large degree in Taiwan and some places, and the upstream supply chain is also concentrated in a few areas. And many countries have been looking at diversifying capacity, setting up new capacity in other locations. So if I could just ask you from your vantage point and from your industry perspective, what impact do you see of geopolitics on the overall supply chain?
Hey, thanks, Ravi, and good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I was not able to be in person there. There was some, personal reasons last minute that did not allow me to travel. But anyways, I think the technology works, so I hope I will be able to participate and contribute here effectively. So Ravi, let me give you a little bit of overview of the overall semiconductor industry. I think much more is now known after the pandemic. It became a very popular industry when all of us were not able to get our cars on time, or the cars that we were expecting get on time, or the medical devices were not available at time, and so on. So this industry absolutely gained attention of everybody. And we know today that it is a very, very pervasive, semiconductor is very, very pervasive in every part of the life that we lead, how we work, how we get entertained, how we get medical attention to education and entertainment and so on, right? And to just give you a perspective, just this decade, the growth of this semiconductor industry would double itself. We would be $1 trillion industry by end of 2030. So it just this decade, more than actually doubling itself would happen. Also, technologically, this is one of the very, very advanced industry, from the process, from design, and so on. Very, very highly, complex in many senses. Especially the supply chain is one of the most complex, parts that we have in this industry, and very capital intensive. When you put in a semiconductor industry, you're talking from anywhere from $3 to $20 billion, right? In that kind of a range. So why I wanted to give you this perspective was that now it becomes very, 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 very important because of the need of the semiconductors in our lives, because of the complexity that has to be managed, and because of the amount that somebody has to spend, or the companies have to spend to build, any factory or an industry here. So what ends up happening is we have to make sure the technology advancement is happening at the right time. The supply chains are able to cater to the demands and different product mixes, across the world. And we don't land up in the situation what happened, post-COVID, where, there was, not enough supply of goods. And that impacted, just as an example, that impacted US economy by, they say, growth of 1%, which is huge, because if that economy grows by 2 to 3%, and if you have an impact of semiconductor on the growth by 1%, it becomes the huge perspective. Now, why the supply chain and some of the innovations are very, very important? Because today, where we stand as far as supply chain is concerned in the semiconductor industry, from all the inputs that have to go to manufacture the chip, it has to traverse 70 nations today and up to 50,000 kilometers of travel before the chip gets to the hand of the consumer. So that is the kind of complexity we are dealing with. Right? So I just wanted to start with giving that perspective, and then I can talk a little more about what is being done in this ecosystem.
Great, thanks. Let me come back to you, JC, but one of the specific follow-up questions I would have is, given the complexity, given the importance, how important does it become to set up a domestic industry? And I know India has been making moves to get some of the capacity set up over here. But I'll come back to you with that question. Maybe let me go to you, Pawan. Medical equipment, medical technologies, of course, is one of the big users, but not just on semiconductors. How do you see the impact of all these trends on the medical technology industry? And specifically, what opportunities do you believe this opens up for industry here?
So let me just address your question after commenting on some very fine points you made. Supply chain, as Ravi said, has become the word which is really very popular, and so popular that my mother, who's 91 years of age, has also understood what supply chain is thanks to COVID. She understands our supply chain. The other day she was telling me, "Ab ye value chain kya le aaye tum?" ठीक है? That means she's understood this word. And war beats trade. During the Second War, before the Second World War also, we were a deeply globalized economy. Maybe through different modes of transport, but deeply globalized. Trade broke it. War broke it. So, and the third point which you made was regarding innovation. And I remembered that copper, for example, copper reserves have been shown to be depleting for many years, decades. That copper reserves will run out in 10 years, by 1990, by 2000, etc. But they didn't. Because the ways of extracting copper became more and more efficient, and they could extract unextractable copper. So innovation is very important. We might find alternatives to things like lithium. Also, we might go back the whole circle. Coal was a hero at one time when it raised the standards of living, made difficult things possible through machines. But then, last 15 years, coal became a villain. Now coal is resurging because of geopolitical roadblocks. Coal may surge. And you will understand, you might feel that, okay, we cannot get alternative sources of energy because of geopolitical roadblocks or supply groups, as Ravi was speaking about, then we will go back. So that kind of reverse innovation also, or retrogression may also come in. Coming to your question, Ravi, in medical technology, we have a very big opportunity now because you are familiar with the word friendshoring. Friendshoring is different from offshoring. That means doing business with those countries or manufacturing in those countries with who you have long years of peace and a similar market system, similar political system, etc. So the West doesn't match in this criteria with China. Most of the Western countries are antagonistic towards China, and they feel hostility coming from China. So that China plus one alternative is really emerging. Right now, that plus one traffic is going towards ASEAN countries, but it can also turn very quickly towards India. So, because medical technology has entered even the defense space, you can put a bug in your device or in your machine, and thousands of such devices might be in the hearts of people in a country which you are hostile to, and you can activate all those to start uh, creating havoc for the patients who are wearing them just through a cyber attack, cyber interference. You don't have to fire a single bullet. So where will you want to source your products from? From those countries who do not have hostile intentions towards you. So medical technology, that's why is booming. Today, our Prime Minister why is he so interested in this medical technology small sector? Because he has understood that this is the keystone, it's a linchpin. Not only will it determine tomorrow health sovereignty, which is another point which has come in, that you have to be self-sufficient not only in food and energy, etc. You have to be self-sufficient in health also. But also it's an area which is very carefully to be monitored so that no wrong actors can hold us to ransom. Ravi.
So, Pawan, that's very interesting perspective. You know, the session is on impact of geopolitics on supply chain. But with your example of embedding chips into medical devices, you are taking impact of supply chain onto geopolitics. So that's an interesting lens. But maybe let me pick up on one of the points you made around, clean energy and coal coming back. And I wanted to get Navjeet in because I'm sure you would have a different point of view. But the entire energy mix, energy transition is going to be one of the big drivers of supply chain reconfiguration and how companies are thinking of setting up their manufacturing capacities, etc. What would be your perspective?
Sure.
And
Thanks.
do you think coal is making a resurgence and will be a hero again?
Thank you so much, Ravi, and very good afternoon to the esteemed audience. Uh, just by way of a very short introduction, Gentari is a company which is 100% owned by Petronas of Malaysia, which is oil and gas upstream, downstream major. And Gentari is a company which has been founded to focus on the sustainable energy initiatives in search for the green molecule. And I think energy as a key component for any form of manufacturing and the transition from the conventional electrons, the fossil fuel electrons, to actually genuine green energy molecules is something very, very fascinating. And India per se has done a very significant amount of work in terms of policy, in terms of integration of the grid, in terms of the general infrastructure and the various production-linked incentives that have been provided. If we see the three spaces that we work in, the three verticals, and actually it's a concept of singularity connecting the dots. We have renewable energy large scale. We have close to about 2,000 megawatts already in the country. We have green hydrogen and ammonia, and along with that, the other downstream green derivatives, and we have green mobility. We intend connecting all these dots using country-based technologies and actually delivering genuine green molecule. But when I emphasize on the word genuine green molecule, what we mean is that the renewable electricity that you are going to be producing to actually power these electrolyzers and synthesizers and air separation units, which will give you a replacement for oil and gas molecules, has to be genuinely 100% green. You cannot have cases where you can have solar and wind power being generated, supplying 15, 16 hours, and then say in the night, I'm going to be drawing electricity from the grid and running these facilities, because that is not the genesis of an actual green molecule. If it is green, it has to be at levels of 85% plant load factor or a 90% plant load factor, 100% green. And that is what we are working upon. And I would say that the policy enablers which are there in the country, the sort of incentives that are being provided are simply fantastic. The innovation part is not necessary. I mean, a lot of times we speak about storage, that storage is very, very essential, and a lot of things are being done in storage. Innovation is important. Maybe finding solutions for things like storage batteries, whether you have to be necessarily on lithium, which you are not really controlling as a reserve in the country because it has been blocked by some other countries also. But what we have found out is, and what we have realized and what we are working on is that there are technologies which are available, which are in fact as old as 100-year-old technologies. But if you do them the right way, use the right enablers, you can do fantastic storage solutions. And here I will just give you an example of a concept of a pump storage hydro project. A pump storage hydro project basically as a technology is almost 100 years old. It has been there. But it is a technology which has been sort of forgotten. If it is executed well, it's a project, these are projects which can run for 99 years and actually give in terms in the electricity in the utility markets in terms of large supply of electricity. They can give very genuine storage solutions which we can use to give us actual green power. So the supply chain challenges can be overcome by a mix of various applications. One is innovation, one is locating your supply chain or your manufacturing facilities in the right places, but also at the same time, carefully analyzing the natural advantages that you have of a location and maybe refining some of the old technologies to present levels of automation and present levels of technological advancement, and you could effectively use them. So those would be my first few thoughts, Ravi.
And I think that would be a big driver because I think where geopolitics and energy mix get mixed up is with many countries and regions thinking of setting up what you call a carbon border tax. So for any manufacturer, for example, in India who exports to Europe, their carbon footprint becomes very important, or else they will have a tax imposed. And I think some of it is driven by the move towards a cleaner energy or drive towards moving to a cleaner energy environment. Some of it is also translated or translates from protectionism for local industry in the garb of creating a carbon tax. Now, what constitutes how much is always a question mark. Sanjay, let me come to you. You operate in an industry with a very global manufacturing network, and you have manufacturing locations all over the world, supplying again to many different markets, including India. What changes have you seen over the last few years on how the supply chain network is set up, or how you are serving the customers in different geographies basis all the trends that we see around us?
Thank you, Ravi. And as a quick introduction, so I work for Bausch & Lomb. So we are a medical device company. 70% of our business is contact lenses, lens care. Then we also are in the ophthalmology, where we've got equipment for cataract surgery. And some of the aesthetic equipment, which is for skin tightening, wrinkle reduction. So you deal with the dermatologists. So past few years, Ravi, with specifically like when COVID came in, so we have global plants because India only constitutes about like 2% of the total consumption of the medical devices in the country, and very difficult for any multinational company to put plants everywhere in the world. So for example, maybe talk about MRI machines. So maybe in the world, maybe 100 might be sold every year. So you can't like put plants in every country. So that's the situation with most of the medical devices. And if someone thinks of like putting in a manufacturing facility in a particular country, there are like multiple reasons for that, but primarily it's what's the size of your local market. So that's one. But coming back to the question, so during COVID, we've seen a lot of supply disruptions happening. Initially, because there was no shipments happening, and then subsequently, because if you're making or manufacturing a medical device, even a small part, for example, he was talking about semiconductors. One component you're not getting, then the entire machine you can't manufacture, right? So we saw that, and as a result, like a lot of back orders were happening, and customers were like crying, and that was eventually kind of impacting the patients. So some of the few steps we've taken, like look for alternate manufacturers and suppliers, both globally and locally, if we can get that. A very recent example, because of Russia and Ukraine war. So because we sell lasers, so lasers runs with a particular gas which comes from Ukraine. And we're
Neon
not getting,
gas.
correct. And
Yeah.
we're not getting it. And the customer started writing to the global CEO that this is what is happening. But so what changes we made? So if we were kind of selling, say, 10 in a month, those cylinders, so we started keeping like more inventory now.
Yeah.
So that's kind of impacting. And then as a result of which your storage costs, you need like bigger warehouses, your cost of inventory management kind of goes up, your MOH goes up. So that's the impact. And sometimes you're able to pass on the cost to the customer, many a times not. So as a result of which your product is also kind of getting expensive. So that's what we're doing locally to find like we can get some of the local manufacturers who can, but then you need to get all those quality approvals from global, from maybe the local regulators. So your cost of compliance is going up, your cost of inventory management is kind of going up.
Yeah.
So that's what we're seeing as a global company.
Okay. Very interesting. One factoid I would share, the point you make, Sanjay, about increased inventory, increased costs, etc. But you have to have those, or you have to incur those to be able to serve your customers. One of the studies that BCG did in North America earlier this year, we surveyed, I think, close to 500 different executives. And more than 90% of them were willing to give up a few points of margin to have lower risk in their supply chain. So they said, we are happy to have a manufacturing network that is configured towards friendlier countries or where the risk is lower, and we are willing to give up actual margin for that. And some of them have actually been making moves on their network in order to do that. But the other point, Sanjay, you made was one of the big drivers or decision criteria for companies to decide the location for manufacturing is the size of the domestic market. So maybe with that, JC, if I could come back to you. Semiconductors and chips obviously is a category where there is a huge domestic market. All automotive manufacturers, medical equipment manufacturers, consumer durables, chips are sort of getting embedded into almost every product that you can think of, which you had also mentioned. But we don't really have domestic capacity for semiconductors. So do you see this as a big opportunity area in a way for India, and also an imperative for us to localize our capacity or localize manufacturing capacity in India? And if yes, what do you think are some of the big challenges or barriers we need to overcome to attract more manufacturing capacity into India, more specifically in semiconductors?
Yeah, sure. Hey, Ravi, just before directly answering that question on manufacturing and should we do it in India, yes, I would say, absolutely we should do it. It's the right thing to do. But we have to understand there are three aspects in a very simple terms. It's a complex industry, but three aspects of it. One is the design element of it, where all of these, chips, gets designed. The second aspect is what you're talking about, the manufacturing, the semiconductor manufacturing units, and what we call it ATMPs or OSATs, which is testing units, which are also within the manufacturing, function. And the third one is all the components that serve the manufacturing, whether it is materials, gases, chemicals, equipment, and so on and so forth. Right? So that is the three verticals, if you will, in the simple terms, how you can categorize this industry into. Now, if you look at India, on the design perspective, we are very, very strong. We have, captive units like our company, Global Foundries. We are a manufacturer, semiconductor manufacturer across the world. We are one of the most diverse, manufacturing companies, where we have plants in US, Europe, and also in Singapore. But in India, we do a lot of IP development, design, technology work, like many other companies do. So we are very strong in the design part of it. I think in the manufacturing part, we do not have a manufacturing plant in India. Now, to answer now, coming back to your question straight, should we do it? Absolutely. Should we do it because supply chain is getting disrupted because of the COVID lessons? Not necessary just because of that. But if you look at overall industry, it's doubling itself this decade. The consumption in India of semiconductor ecosystem is around 27 to 28 billion. Don't pick my number because that may not be exactly accurate, but in that ballpark. And all the indications show that by 2030, we would be around more than 100 billion consumption in India. So, you really have a market that you can, cater to. Now, if all of this has to be imported, which mostly largely we are doing today, it puts a very, very strong burden on our, physical deficit, right? Or, our physical accounting for the country. So, one is, we can't afford to do that. It will become as expensive as the oil is for us today, or it is becoming like that. So we should not be in that state. The second, the whole semiconductor industry is growing. And we have an opportunity to serve not only the India market, but the global semiconductor market that is doubling itself in the next few years. Because we have technology know-how, we have the skills that are required for it. It's a matter of putting up the right manufacturing over here. And the last one, I would say, just from the security part of it, this is one of the very key ingredients for any world economy to grow. If you squeeze the semiconductor or the technology, especially for the countries who are going to be more and more dependent on technology to serve our people across India, I think we will be taking a big risk if we do not have a big participation in the overall global semiconductor ecosystem. Right. So that would be the reason I would say we should have it. Now, many countries are doing very similar. The disbalance that you talked about in the Southeast Asia of manufacturing, that we have more than 60% manufacturing happening in only a couple of countries in Southeast Asia. Now, countries like European countries, the US CHIP Act, the European CHIP Act, the India's $10 billion incentivization for manufacturing. These are all the initiatives towards making the balance or creating the balance in the next 5 to 10 years, which is a little bit disbalanced at this point of time. Right. So I hope you got the answer, but that is what it's absolutely required, but it's a complex industry, so you have to take the right measures to make it happen.
Yeah. And I know we are getting to the end of time, but maybe one question, and Pavan, if you could give a very short, sharp response. You mentioned that China +1 is becoming a big discussion everywhere. What would be the top 2 or 3 things in your view that we need to do in India to make sure we actually realize the opportunity that lies ahead of us?
I think first thing is understanding this ecosystem and not taking very quick, or let me say hasty, decisions. When Navtej was speaking about Petronas, his company's name is Gentari, which is in renewables. It's the offspring of Petronas. Similarly, Statoil in Norway, large oil company, has changed its name to Equinor to distance itself from oil. But tomorrow, it should not so happen that we have to call Gentari Petro, because we do not know that how rare earths are going to play. What is the importance of rare earths in wind power and in solar power? And if rare earths will get blocked, then we will have to depend on some other source of energy. So not taking any hasty decisions without understanding the ecosystem and emerging trends. That's one thing from the policymaker side. The second thing is, this PLI is very good, but there should be regulatory predictability, and also there should be price predictability, because power, etc., which this industry is finally churning out, many a time what is happening, the cases for power pricing are ending in the court, because if solar module prices goes down, then the government is saying that this is what the price was fixed at, but because the solar module price has gone down, you should now be paid less retrospectively. So these are some of the points which we should not get into a knee jerk. The policy making should be evidence-based policy making, staying at the cutting edge of knowledge, and changing things when you are clear about the changing direction of the wind.
Great, thank you. I think we are almost at the end of time. This is a topic on which we can have a very long discussion, and I'm sure we got very short but pointed inputs from all the panelists. Maybe I'll just end with a factoid, closing out the loop on the India opportunity. So as geopolitics move, I think there is a big opportunity ahead for India to become a manufacturing base. And of course, there are many things, as Pavan also said, which we need to work on. But as an example, if you take all goods exports to the US, India's goods exports to the US increased by almost 45% in the last 5 years. In the same period, China's goods exports into the US decreased by 10%. So that indicates where the trend or the trajectory is. But just as a sobering additional factor under that, even after that 10% decline, China still exports $500 billion of goods into the US. While India, even after the 44% increase, exports just about 30 billion or $40 billion. So, which I look at as an opportunity and a white space that we can go after. But with that, thank you, very big thank you to all the panelists for a great discussion. And thank you to the audience.
Hey, thank you, Ravi. And thank you, everyone. Else, Navneet, Pavan, and Sanjay. Bye.
Can we have a round of applause for our panelists and chair? And I would request you to kindly stay back for one group picture. Thank you so much once again. Kindly get settled and seated. Moving forward to our next panel discussion, which is on the topic aligning supply chain sustainability strategies to corporate ESG initiative. And to take this session forward now, I would be requesting our panelists to kindly join us here on stage, starting with Ajay Singh, VP Supply Chain Management, Hindustan Platinum. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? Next, I would like to humbly welcome Chandni Trihan Sikand, co-founder and MD, Sharp Buy Global Solutions. Next, I would like to call upon Deepak Sharma, Head Manufacturing, Supply Chain and Logistics, Integrated Supply Chain, Bajaj Electronics Limited. Let me call upon Sanjeev Agarwal, Director, Supply Chain, South Asia, Hafel India Private Limited, followed by Sudhir Gupta, Head of Procurement, ITC Hotels, Vineet Kumar, Head Supply Chain Excellence, Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals Corp. And last but not the least, the chair for this session, Avantika Mohan, Community Lead, Sustainability, Businessworld. Can we have a round of applause for our prestigious dignitaries here? Thank you so much. Kindly take the session forward.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. In the modern business landscape, supply chain sustainability is pivotal for both corporate success and global well-being. Recognizing the interconnectedness between the economic, social, and the environmental factors, organizations today are pivoting towards sustainable practices to mitigate the risks and to contribute to a healthier planet. As per a McKinsey report, 7 of 9 ESG initiatives involve significant supply chain impacts, covering aspects like reducing packaging, circular economy models, emission reduction, ethical sourcing, employee well-being, and adapting to the consumer needs. Well, this emphasizes the supply chain's crucial role in fostering a comprehensive sustainability and responsible practices. With that, I would like to open this panel and I would request my dear panelists elaborate what sustainability means to them, how important it is, and what are the certain ESG initiatives that you are undertaking in your organizations today when we talk about supply chain sustainability. Mr. Vineet, we'll start with you.
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. So we have started with the Times Up logo, which is just in front of us. So before starting, Times Up. Okay, so this was on a lighter note. So as an organization, what we understood for the sustainability, so sustainability is something which we want to give the similar kind of resources whatsoever we are using at this time to the next generation. And how we can achieve or get this, this is not something which individually can be achieved. But again, organizations are more organized. They are the one who is creating the imbalance. So they are the first who can take the action to correct it. And this is not only and only which organization is going to do their own. This is what we individual is going to partner with our own organization to get it succeed in a way whatsoever we want to do. What we are doing, so as an organization, we have a long-term plan, 5 to 10 years, with a milestone, what and when we are going to achieve, and how we can collaborate with individual employee within the organization so that it is not only and only on the paper or something which is this thing written on a this thing wall and something. This is something which we are inculcating in the behavior of every employee to make it successful in the real scenario. As an organization, we have already converted 15% of our energy consumption through renewable sources, and we have taken a target. We are going to not only and only this thing conversion of renewable, we are going to be efficient. And why I'm just using word efficient, every initiative whatsoever we are taking to make ourselves sustainable, it is not related to cost. This is something is related to efficiency, which gives a feeling of ownership and the collaboration among the employee. Like we have a this thing operations in Mumbai, we have corporate office in Pune, and this is a normal course of action where people travel Bombay to Pune, Pune to this thing. So as an initiative, what we decided, let's have a ferry in between because this is a normal course of time, so that we can reduce something. Over and above, as an organization, we recover our 100% waste whatsoever we are creating in an annual basis. We are just resting for a this thing program where we are going to commit whatsoever. Now time has started. So whatsoever this thing plastic we are generating, so how we can make this 100% recycle. So I think this is up from.
Thank you so much, sir. Sudhir, sir, what about you?
Thank you, Vineet. Thank you, Avantika. And good afternoon to all. Yeah, certainly, because sustainability, all of us are hearing, and it's kind of the risks posed by the climate change, I think, are forcing us to adopt sustainability as a practice. We as an organization at ITC, we have been practicing sustainability last more than 2 decades. And it is something we don't take it as an additional burden on us. It is part of the whole process by itself. It's imbibed in the DNA of the corporation. So I'll touch upon sustainability. What does it mean and what all we are doing? So all the 3 key tenets of sustainability, which is environmental, which is social and governance, as we call it ESG.
So our whole focus is that, side by side, as we are pursuing our ESG initiatives, sustainability becomes a part of it, right? So just to touch upon environment, social thing first, which less talked about. So on social, as far as it includes the employees, what you are doing good for them. It includes the practices for the society, for the community, as well as your business partners. So as for the employees, our policies are in a way which are much more sustainable. We focus a lot on gender neutrality, gender diversity. We focus a lot on the physically challenged employees, what you can employ, to add some numbers out there to give an equal platform. Apart from that, coming to business partners, there becomes a kind of duty of yours as a bigger organization that you go hand in hand, you induct them into the various policies and the key asks from them. You train them, induct them so that they also follow those code of conducts which were created on sustainability. And then comes the society. As society at large, we are involved with so many millions of farmers at the grassroots level because of our businesses. So in many states, we work very closely through AI, digitization, those kind of services, which we have provided to them. And then we provide a very fair play kind of, platform to them, wherein they produce, they can sell without any force or inhibitions. The things which they have not seen before, the climate forecasting, the kind of fertilizers or other inputs which can be given to them. So we have just facilitated that in more than 5 million farmers communities. So this becomes on the social part of it. As far as the environmental is the bigger thing, 80% of all this revolves around, which you must have heard of, about how to reduce the carbon footprint, greenhouse gas emissions, etc. So for that, a lot of initiatives the corporation have taken. In brief, I will only say that we are moving towards carbon neutrality, water neutrality, and solid waste neutrality. So ITC as a corporation for many years now consistently has been carbon positive and water positive and solid waste positive. I personally represent an organization part of ITC, which is ITC Hotels. So many of our hotels, the kind of actions we have taken on sustainability have become water neutral. So we are LEED certified, so LEED water neutral. Same way we have become LEED carbon neutral in many of the properties. Now the actions, etc., what we have taken, very, very specific ones. Yes, those start with, on the raw material sides, as you say, from cradle to your gate, that is the raw material you are sourcing. And one of the study, if you see from McKinsey, says that 80% of your lifetime emission of a product or a business are decided at the time of designing. So any product what you make at that time, now is the time has come wherein you need to think twice that what can I do to make this product and its life cycle, which involves manufacturing, raw material type, manufacturing, its usage by all of us, and its disposal. What can we do in each stage gate wherein I can reduce the carbon footprint? Can I make it reduce consumption of the raw materials? Could it be a reuse of the items? And then finally, can it be a recyclability of the items? So we're working on specifically on different businesses on that. And it's a part of life. It's a long haul journey, and we are continuing on that. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sudhir sir. Sanjeev sir, we'll like to hear about your perspective on supply chain sustainability.
Okay, I just try to go back slightly behind on that. Why we need to focus on all this thing today? Like if you think about long back, what is the purpose? Like we start industrialization to enrich your life, change the ways of working, or developing a new product. But in this journey, we all try to giving back to the society or to the environment, which is start affecting us. So if you see the sustainability, if you try to think about sustain, how can you sustain and what is your ability to sustain? Also, like we talk about a risk metrics in a business, all these things. So what it all indicate about? So the whole philosophy behind that, we need to understand we should not harm to the environment. We should not harm to the people with whom we're working. And there should not be any discharge either from the product or the overall company, which impact the whole ecosystem. We all talk about the ozone and all environment. Delhi also witnesses the environmental impact. I think all of you understand what I'm talking about. So the fundamental of that, where we need to focus, either is in a sourcing or in a business. If you think like Philip Kotler talk about 4P in marketing, we try to talk about 3P for the sustainability or a responsible sourcing. First P is a people who all involved is not at your company level, but to the entire value chain of the business where you involve directly or indirectly. I will go more in detail about that. Second P, go for the planet. You should not harm the planet in any way. And the third P goes to the product. So your product should not have any impact on anything which impact negatively, like we talk about the product, ROHS, lead, which goes to the environment, which contaminate the water, air. So how we can minimize all of these things? So all these three things, when we sing or we talk about responsible sourcing, we talk about sustainability, these are the core three pillar for any organization, any business we need to think about. Let me go on a first P first to explain to you what we try to talk about.
So I'm so sorry, but maybe we can delve into that when we go into the specific question.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Deepak sir, we'd like to go ahead with you next.
Hello, good afternoon, namaste, namaskar. So I'll tell you, so in short, who is responsible for ESG? I'm still not able to understand, because see, when we speak to people, they say it's a company's responsibility. We all will say, right? Company, when you ask, they say government is responsible. When we speak to government, they will say we are undeveloped country, and the developing countries is a developed country's responsibilities. And we go there, they say, it's a problem of all of you. So first thing is, we all are responsible. We have to understand that. And if you'll see what we do in Bajaj. So on ESG part, we all know E means environment, S means social, how you manage community and people and all. G means tracking, how to track, control, measure, and ensure that whatever your emission is there, you control that. So first, the most important thing in any organization to start, this is the baselining. If you will not do the baselining, if you will not record what all things, how much emission is happening throughout your value stream mapping, value chain of the organization, you to improve. So, and that is typical, the toughest job in any organization. You have to bring some consultant or some automated system so that you can track. So first thing is that. Second thing you will see, so some of the R's we have implemented. In the new product developments, what we have done, we have started refusing the unsustainable product. Second thing is, whatever products we have started working on reducing or removing the unsustainable product. After that, R comes where we reuse whatever is the scrap or rework or left out, we try to reuse that, or we sell it to somebody who can recycle it. So these are the R's we have implemented. Second thing, some of the S we have implemented. So if you'll see the overall value stream mapping of the organization, start from the design. So we do sustainability in the design, right? If you see some of the products, what we have designed recently, the mixer and all, we give lifetime warranty. So earlier we were giving some of the products, we were giving 1 to 2 years warranty. We have started giving 7 to 10 and life year warranty, so that you are not spending money. We are not extracting natural resources just to replace as a spares to reuse the product or remake the product. So we are working the design. So first is design, sustainability in design. Second is sustainability in sourcing. When you source, when you work with supplier, when you select the suppliers, we have put sustainability clauses while selection of the suppliers. And we work with them to mutually we take collaborative projects, so that ROHS and all those things we are implementing with suppliers, and we are ensuring that if you'll work with all of these basic criteria, you will be part of us. Third is manufacturing, sustainability in manufacturing. So all of our manufacturing, the whatever we manufacture in-house, we are replacing LPG through natural gas. We have started reducing that consumption with a better sources and machineries and all. After that, ROHS we have implemented. We have implemented solar plants so that we can reduce the usage of electricity. right? You know, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. In that scope 2 comes under electricity, what you use and buy from outside. And scope 1 is the fuel, what you use within the organization and all. And then we ensure that whatever waste we generate, it is 100% recyclable. Or water you discharge, it's again recyclable. So this is a manufacturing. Then comes sustainability for logistics or after you sell product to somebody else. So for that, we are producing BEE, we are manufacturing BEE, energy efficient products, lifetime products, so that when you use it, you are spending less electricity and you are supporting the environment. Example, you buy a diesel vehicle, 20% emission goes to produce the vehicle, but 80% comes from the usage of the vehicle. And last is sustainability in actions. So we want to be 100% fair to our employees, laborers. We want to follow the compliances of the law of the land. And we are working towards the DNI, diversity and inclusion in all those directions. So these are the actions we have taken in Bajaj to become a sustainable company. We have started publishing in our annual report also. We have hired consultant who is tracking. There's a, BRSR, business sustainability and reporting, responsible reporting and all. There's a report we have to